Okay, can people hear me now? Um, boom. Um, great. That was a great start to things. So, yeah. What I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted by my complete inability to work my equipment is happy Thursday because apparently Thursday is a thing we do now sometimes. So, hey, folks. So you might be wondering, why are we doing a Thursday show? Well, two reasons. One, Mrs. Runkle is out tonight. She is off working on Girl Guide stuff. She's hoping to arrange a range day for the Girl Guides, so she is off. It's a weird thing. She's actually off doing gun stuff, and I'm here doing YouTube stuff. It's a very big reversal on the on sort of the usual, because normally it'd be me off doing gun stuff. So anyway, we got a couple of things we're gonna cover today. The first one that we're gonna go through, and this is sort of a warm up, because often people take a little bit of time to trickle in. It gives us a little bit of time to cover something and to get it's kind of an amuse bouche here. Um, is we're gonna look at the Gene Hackman case. Gene Hackman, there's no charges or anything. It is right now just an investigation. I don't think there's any reason why it's going to become anything else, but right now it is just an investigation. But there's been a lot of media coverage about it, so let's actually try to break it down and have a look at what's going on, and we could talk about, like, is this unusual or is this something, what do we think is going on here? Now, after that, we're going to move on to talk about the Karen Reed thing. And I see we've got questions about the Tuesday thing. It ended up in two parts. I gotta stitch it back together. I gotta reassemble it. I just have to have some time to sit down and do that because it's gonna take me a few minutes to juggle. So that'll go back up. It'll probably go back up this weekend. Maybe. The reason why I say maybe is that I also have something happening tomorrow. Tomorrow, I have a flamethrower coming, hopefully. It's UPS says it's arriving on, like, they say sometime between 10:30 and 1:30. I should have a flamethrower. The problem is that UPS is not always predictable, but now if it arrives, I have an invite. Somebody is asking me to take that to a three gun match. And so if it arrives, I may promptly try to get in the car and drive the flamethrower, or get in a plane and drive the flamethrower out to British Columbia. And if that happens, my editing will be delayed. Because if I'm trying to drive a flamethrower across the country, then it might get delayed. We'll have to see. So yeah, that's kind of the long and short of that. All right, so I'll let you guys know. I will have to see. How will you go getting it on a plane? It should be able to. It should be able to go on a plane. It'll be free of, like, it's not going to arrive with gas in it, so it should be empty when it arrives. So long as it's empty, it should be able to fly. But only in checked baggage. I don't think they'll let me take a flamethrower as one of my pieces of carry-on. So, yeah. I I just feel like that's a thing there. Vez says, it's spring break. Can I go with the motorhome and play with the flamethrower too? If you can make it out here, we can play with the flamethrower. That is totally a thing there. And somebody says, this is a great time to pin a link to your UPS video. Yeah, I actually had to cave on my fight with UPS this time. And the reason why is because I want the flamethrower on time. So instead of saying, UPS, let's fight about this, I just paid the duty and their ridiculous charges in advance, because basically they're going to be able to extort me successfully on this one. I don't agree that those are fair. I don't agree that those are reasonable. I don't agree that those are owed, but they're going to successfully extort me this time. Somebody is saying, is it a Boring Company flamethrower? No, the Boring Company flamethrower sucks. It shoots flames like a few feet. This thing shoots flames, according to the box, according to what they say online, shoots the flames 50 feet. 50 feet is a lot better than the Boring Company crappy flamethrower. All right, so let's start ourselves off here. We're going to go to... I don't know what YouTube's policy is on flamethrowers, so I doubt that I can do a flamethrower live, I guess we'll say. Okay, so the first thing we're going to cover... Oh, wait, I am wrong. I also wanted, before we did that, I wanted to briefly cover the Epstein documents. So we can look at the new things we learned from the release of the Epstein documents. Here you go. This is the new stuff we've learned. Yeah. That's as far as we're going with that. Okay, so instead we're gonna actually cover the Gene Hackman stuff. All right, so one of the things you're gonna start off with noticing here is that this is state of New Mexico, and New Mexico is also where we had the investigation on the Rust shooting. So because of that, you're going to see at least one familiar name in this. And we'll talk about that and what it means. And what it means, as a spoiler, is basically nothing. But it was a little interesting. So, the first thing to note here is that it's State of New Mexico plaintiff versus in the matter to the issuance of a search warrant in regard to, i.e., this is a case, but it's not a case against a person right now. Nobody's been charged with anything. Nobody's been identified as a suspect. Right now, this is a case that is akin to, like, when you see civil forfeiture, where they say, like, you know, the state versus $50,000 or something like that, right? It's just, they're just asking for a warrant. So, a two-story residence that has olive green colored stucco. There is flagstone near the front entrance of the residence. The front door is facing southeast. The door appears to be a grand entry with glass windows and black metal frame. The stucco to the right of the front entry, northeast side, is pink in color, and then transitions to a tan in color stucco. The residence is identified as 1425 Old Sunset Trail. The residence is located in Santa Fe County, Santa Fe Count, I assume they mean county, state of New Mexico. Okay, so the first thing you'll note here is that this residence is surprisingly modest. Gene Hackman, we all know, is sort of one of the greats of cinema. And he's living in a two-story residence that doesn't sound like it's doesn't sound like a palatial manor. This actually makes me like him a little bit more if it's just like this little small house. But yeah, I just kind of noticed that. So, affidavit for search warrant. We have Detective Roy Arndt appears to be on the case here. And They say that it could contain evidence that would assist law enforcement in determining the circumstances pertaining to the death investigation of Eugene Gene Allen Hackman and Betsy Arakawa. So, you'll notice that this is at this point a death investigation. There's no anything. But what are they looking for? Now, not everything that they're looking for here is stuff that they expect to find. Not everything that they are looking for is stuff that they necessarily... But the thing is that anything they might pick up if they see it is something they're going to list here, right? They're going to list everything that they, everything that they see or that they think might be useful, right? Now, Lindsay says, when there's a death, is there always a search warrant? Not always. Because lots of the time, there's just not going to be that sort of investigation. For example, let's imagine that, and people are saying it is a big house. Okay, fair enough. Let's imagine that I walk out into the front yard and a drunk driver, swerves off the road and pastes me, right? There is not going to be a search warrant for the house because what are you going to find in the house that's relevant to that, right? They know what's happening. Similarly, if you find somebody and it's obvious how they died, they're just not going to do an investigation. It'll often be pretty obvious. In the case of most 90-year-olds, because apparently Gene Hackman was 90, they're probably not going to do a death investigation into most 90-year-olds because the cause of death of most 90-year-olds is just being 90 years old, right? It's a thing that gets us all eventually, right? But, 95. So, usually you're not going to have much of... Usually you're not going to have much of an investigation. This one, there's an investigation because there's some weird stuff. That's the critical thing here. So the first thing, ignitable, flammable, explosive, and /or combustible substances, whether solid, liquid, or gas, and any or containers or materials that may contain such substances and /or have said substances on them. Now, I don't think that there was any indication of arson here or anything like that, but it could be something that might create carbon monoxide as a concern there. So materials apparently used and /or intended for use in administering aid and /or assistance to injured people. I.e., did anyone try to do a first aid there or not? That might indicate what's going on, right? They're trying to figure out what's happening here. Any documents which have what appears to be the personal identifying information of Gene Hackman or Betsy Arakawa on it, or any version of their name or personal identifying information. This is really common. I suspect that this is just kind of boilerplate. Narcotics and /or any other controlled substances, including but not limited to anything listed on the Controlled Substances Act, i.e. they're looking for any drugs, i.e. Hey, is this something, could they have been poisoned by drugs? Is there something that was, an issue there? So, documentation of the herein described premises, persons, and /or the herein described items to be seized by photography, videography, i.e. as we do the search, we're going to take pictures of what we do. That is also really basic stuff. Anytime they do a search, anytime police do a search in the modern era, they take pictures of hey, we found a gun and here's where we found it. And Lauren notes something, them being mummified is weird. How long were they there? I'm going to explain why them being mummified is not at all weird. It's actually very, unsurprising, believe it or not. So we'll talk about that. So cameras, video cameras, film, DVRs, photographic prints, and any other images documented on any media. Basically, we're going to look for any recordings. Are there any videos? Is there surveillance footage? Is there anything like that, right? So, yeah. Clothing belonging to or worn by either person. Photographs of the residence, including the interior and the exterior. Latent and/or visible prints, including but not limited to fingerprints and footwear impressions, i.e. we're going to go and try to see if there was anyone else in the house. The thing is that a fingerprint in the house that belongs to either Gene Hackman or Betsy Arakawa is going to be pretty useless for any investigation. Why? Because it's their house, right? And, you know, where can you find my fingerprints in my house? Well, everywhere is where you're going to find them. Just everywhere, right? Because that's a thing. So, materials apparently used or intended for administering first aid and or assistance to injured people. You'll notice that this is exactly the same thing as item number 2. It, for some reason, got listed twice as item number 2 and item number 10. I suspect that some of these entries are just cut and paste off of previous search warrants, and that they pasted that one in twice. So any weapons, tools, and/or instruments capable of causing sharp force trauma to the human body, i.e. knives, i.e. Maybe screwdrivers, syringes, I don't know. Documents that tend to establish ownership, possession, use, transfer, and/or the right to ownership, possession, use, transfer of the herein described items to be seized. So the documents that tend to establish ownership usually is much more relevant for guns, because a lot more people have documents for guns than have for their kitchen knives. Show of hands, who right now could prove, if they had to, could prove that they own a kitchen knife right now? I couldn't. I don't have any documents for my knives. I just don't, right? But they're saying if we find something, we can do that. Any weapons, tools, and/or instruments capable of causing blunt force trauma to the human body. Documents that establish or tend to establish, blah, blah, blah. Now, I just want to note here, anything that could cause sharp force trauma or anything that could cause blunt force trauma, what does that include? Well, just about everything, right? I got a can of Coke here. Could I cause blunt force trauma with this can? I could. Right? I could, but that doesn't, I have a desk here. You could cause blunt force trauma with the desk. You just bop someone's head across it. You could cause blunt force trauma with every wall in the house. So, I mean, they're probably going to be looking more at, things like baseball bats and frying pans and, I don't know, if he's got like a decorative club or something. I don't know. So, yeah. Any items and/or materials that have what appear to be impressions, marks, and/or defects on some said items and/or materials. Again, that's just about everything. They're like, we want the ability to seize anything that is not perfect. Now, of course, what they mean by this is that if they've got, let's say they find a croquet mallet, and the croquet mallet is broken with blood, on it, then that's something that they're going to be more interested in, right? It's like, we want something that, if it shows that there is some sort of impression from maybe hitting somebody or the like. Any record documented in any media which appears to be a password, personal identification number, items, and/or information used to access or facilitate access of said items to be searched. I.e., if we find a sticky note with a password, we want that too. Biological fluids, to include DNA, blood, or trace evidence. Now, they don't think that there's any biological fluids. They don't think there's any blood out there. But they put this in there on the basis of, if we find a pool of blood, we want to be able to say we already, seized that. Telephones and/or cellular telephones. Why do they want their cell phones? Well, cell phones are little tiny spies. little tiny spies that tell you so many things, right? So, just the very fact that I picked this phone up is something that my phone recorded as an event. So, when they're saying we want cellular telephones, those are hugely relevant. And they note, in order to ensure that a complete and thorough investigation, investigators may be required to examine the entire above-mentioned premises, including but not limited to the examination of furniture, walls, plumbing equipment, or gas lines in or around the residence. Okay, so basically, what does this allow them to look at is everything. So, and that the facts tending to establish the foregoing grounds for the issuing of the search warrant are as follows. So here's what they're saying is going on. So first, they note that the detective has 15 years of law enforcement experience and is basically a solid dude. There's nothing to say that he's not. So fair enough. These are based on his personal, observations, training experience. He's the guy investigating. So, at approximately 1:43 p.m., they received a call for service report regarding a property, locating a reporting party who they don't identify, locating 2 deceased individuals inside the residence. Santa Fe County Patrol deputies, whoever, were then dispatched to a location to conduct a death investigation. When Deputy Thomas and Barron arrived, Deputy Thomas indicated he spoke to 2 individuals, one of which was the reporting party, who found and located the front door of the residence to be opened and ajar. Deputy Thomas identified the reporting party to be a male named, they do identify him, Roland Begay, who appears, is now 65 his age? That's not clear. He advised he works as a maintenance worker for a company called Home Company. HOAM. The other one was Jesse Kessler. So they say that they walked to the front of the residence and they found the front door ajar. They didn't observe any signs of forced entry into the home. So the door is partially open. After they entered the residence, he immediately observed a bathroom to the left of the front door. The door to the bathroom was opened. Thomas advised he observed a deceased female laying on the ground near the countertop inside the bathroom. The female was observed laying on her right side. He advised she was found wearing dark gray sweatpants and a light in color sweatshirt. She was observed to have black in color hair. He observed a black in color space heater near the female's head. He advised he suspected the heater could have fallen in the event the female abruptly fell to the ground. He advised he also observed an orange prescription bottle on the countertop near the deceased female. The prescription bottle appeared opened with pills scattered on the countertop. So, 2 things about that. One, it's not really common that you will see pills scattered and somebody on the floor near them, because most of the pills you have in your house are not things that will knock you out right away. Most of the things that you have won't take you out immediately. In fact, most of them will take some time. So when people, if somebody swallows 20 sleeping pills, typically you won't find them on the ground next to the pills. You'll find them in bed because they take the pills, they get sleepy, and they and then they go and yeah. Now what I want to know is, what kind of space heater? Is this a space heater that's intended to be used outdoors or one that's intended to be used indoors? Because if it's intended to be used outdoors, like some of those those things, I'm like, could this be a carbon monoxide source, right? Is this a propane heater? What kind of heater is this? So that's my first question. Carbon monoxide poisoning can hit people pretty fast, right? It can be surprising how fast it can hit people. And yeah, I just don't know. Now, they advised the female decedent showed obvious signs of death, body decomposition, bloating in her face, and mummification in both hands and feet. Okay, so mummification has been widely reported by the media. Now, you'll note she's not entirely mummified, it's just hands and feet. Why might her hands and feet be mummified? Well, because they're extremities. And your extremities are smaller than the rest of you, right? So they can dry out, right? They live in New Mexico. It's dry. It's hot. It's, so the whole thing about, like, there's been a lot of news media saying mummification in the hands, and like they found mummification. It's like, this doesn't mean shit, right? It doesn't mean anything. It just means that they were there for a while, right? That's it. So they continued to search the residence, and they then found a deceased German Shepherd canine, which was located 10 to 15 feet from the deceased female in a closet of the bathroom. I'm wondering why the dog was in the closet, and I'm wondering, was the closet open? Was the closet closed? Yeah. They then proceeded to clear the other portions of the residence. In doing so, they observed a pair of feet and legs on the ground near the kitchen area, which turned out to be attached to the rest of them. In an area of the home believed to be a mudroom. The deceased male, who was found wearing gray sweatpants, a blue in color long sleeve t-shirt, brown slippers, and a walking cane. They indicated he observed a pair of sunglasses located near the decedent's left of his body. Based on Deputy Thomas's training and experience, he suspected the male individual has suddenly fallen. So, was standing, fell, sunglasses fell off his head, right? Also showed obvious signs of death, similar and consistent with the female decedent. Deputy Thomas advised there were two other dogs located on the property. He advised one of the healthy dogs was initially observed near the deceased female inside the bathroom, and the other healthy dog was observed outside the residence. Deputy Thomas advised he and Barron searched the remainder of the property and found all other buildings and the garage to be locked and secured. Deputy Thomas again advised that he did not observe any signs of forced entry into the residence, and he indicated he did not observe any indication the residence had been rummaged through or items were taken from inside the residence. He advised, based on his training and experience, nothing appeared to be out of place while clearing the residence. So, yeah. The other thing about, like, if the sunglasses are falling off his head, then it sounds like he didn't have time to, like, sit down. He didn't have time to, that this was something that sort of surprised him, right? So, Deputy Thomas indicated he asked Roland and Jesse when he had last had contact with the homeowners, and they said it was 2 weeks prior. They say that they rarely saw the owners of the residence when conducting routine maintenance on the home. Both indicated they maintained contact with the homeowners through text message and phone calls, and primarily communicated with the female homeowner, identified as Betsy Arakawa. So, let's just note here, Mrs. Runkle and I got a little bit overwhelmed this winter. We couldn't keep up with the snow shoveling. Because the snow shoveling, there was snow. It's, and we got to keep the walk shoveled. So we ended up hiring a company to shovel the walk right up to our front steps, right? Now the thing is that I haven't actually talked to those people directly other than on the phone to set up the service. And then I talked to them once because I wanted to make sure that when they came, that it was the guys I hired and not the city doing it at my expense. Because if the city does it, they'll charge me thousands of dollars. So I spoke to them once, but they've been here several times, right? It's not uncommon that a maintenance worker or somebody like that can work without talking to you. When the summer comes around, I'm probably going to pay $100 for some people to come here and clean up dog poop. They're going to clean dog poop up around the, up and around. And then I'm probably not going to talk to them directly. I'm going to like phone the service. They're going to send some people, but I'm probably just going to be inside when they clean the dog poop, right? So I've seen some people being like, isn't it weird that he's not talking to these maintenance workers? And I'm like, no, it's not. This is entirely normal. This is entirely okay. It's fine, right? And Ghost says, always talk to staff directly, pro tip. I'm keeping the dogs inside usually so that, yeah. All right. So they say these two males identified Betsy's husband and Gene Hackman, however, did not positively identify him as the deceased male, probably because they weren't invited to have a look at the body, right? At this time, the male's true identity is unknown until further investigative research can be made or conducted. It's likely that it's Gene Hackman. It's just they haven't done a positive ID. I suspect they're going to. I suspect that they're going to like confirm that later, but yeah. Deputy Thomas and Joel Cano advised Santa Fe City Fire Department responded to the location and conducted testing to determine if there were signs of a possible carbon monoxide leak or poisoning. He advised the fire department did not locate signs of a carbon monoxide leak or poisoning. Now, the thing is that you're probably not going to have a carbon monoxide leak in your house because you don't really have anything that, like, there's not a pipe that generates carbon monoxide. But, if your furnace is not properly configured, it might spit carbon monoxide into your house. Now, carbon monoxide poisoning, the other thing, I'm wondering if they had a look at the bodies or if they just looked at the house. Because carbon monoxide poisoning sometimes can be sort of seen from the bodies themselves, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? It's not really clear sort of what's going on there. But the one the symptom that you can sometimes see is skin reddening, where the skin turns red. But the thing is that that's actually an uncommon symptom. A lot of people die from carbon monoxide poisoning without actually turning pink or red or the like. So it's, that this doesn't tell us anything necessarily at this point. The other thing is that some sources of carbon monoxide might be transitory. The one that occurs to me on this one is, let's say they, if we go back to that space heater, if it's a propane space heater, and if that propane space heater, was generating carbon monoxide, then it would have run out of propane in that time that it took, right? And so you wouldn't find any carbon monoxide in the house. It would just be over and done. And CB is saying you'd still see petechia in the eyes, except they were there for a while, right? They were there for a bit, so I don't know. I don't know if it's a propane space heater or an electric space heater. It's just all they've told us is space heater, right? So I don't know. Now, this is where things get a little odd. Affian spoke to Corporal Alexandria Hancock. We know her from the Rust trial. She gets involved in this one in the incredibly minor way of they phone her up and she advises that the parcel of land and residence belong to the trustee of Edgar Gross. She obtained this information from a company identified as Onyx, which offered GPS mapping for hiking, hunting, and off-roading events. I.e., all she did in this is she looked up the property online. And she told them, hey, it's owned by this. That's it. That's all. So Affiant conducted research and found that the tax parcel revealed the property was owned by Edgar F. Gross. Affiant is aware through training and experience, individuals exposed to gas leaks or poisonous gas can suffer immediate and unexpected death. So, this is actually something where, this is something that gets interesting, which is that people often die in gas leaks in situations where they're trying to rescue someone else. So what ends up happening is, let's say you've got a confined space and there's some sort of toxic gas there. Maybe like nitrogen gas is particularly dangerous, or carbon monoxide gas is particularly dangerous. And so they go and they see somebody passed out in the, in that space, and they go, "Oh my God, that person's in trouble." And they run in to go and rescue the person. And what happens? Well, the gas is still there, and they fall and pass out too. It can be, sometimes there are cases where like 4 or 5 people die, all because they're trying to rescue the first person, right? So, yep. Now, I saw a comment. I'm starred the thing there. I should set a goal. What should my goal be? We're going to have a gin and tonic goal. The propane heaters are silent killers. He was also absolutely loaded. I doubt he needs a propane space heater. The thing is he might not need a propane space heater, but he might have one. People do stupid things, right? People do things like, they're just like, "Oh, it's a little cold. Let's go grab that heater from the garage," right? So, it could be that. So they note, what is it? The search for and latent collection of items listed above to include biological material, trace evidence, or latent fingerprints at the residence can assist with determination and cause of death. There are no immediate signs or indications of blunt force trauma. So no bruising on the head, no skull fractures or whatever. But they say that they're seeking to seize any blunt force objects in the event there's any indication of blunt force trauma once the Office of Medical Investigations arrives on scene and conducts their initial field investigation and possible cause of death. I.e., if the coroner goes and says, turns out they've got a skull fracture, then you're going to be like, okay, then maybe we should have seized the bat, right? That was, up against the wall, right? Marassi says, "Do people really keep their medications in the bathroom rather than the kitchen?" Lots of people keep their medications in the bathroom. I keep a bunch of medications in the bathroom. It's not really a good practice. We could talk about that in a moment. But, yeah. I grew up with stupid parents. Our heater broke, so they decided to use a kerosene garage space heater in the living room. This happens all the time. All the time. So one of the things that happens when there's a cold snap is that when there's a cold snap, there is often people who will die because they brought in they brought in things that they shouldn't. So this also happens, for instance, if there's a power outage when it's cold. Because people are like, "It's cold. I don't have a way to heat the house. I'm freezing." And so what do? They bring their barbecue into the house and they fire up the barbecue and they're like, "Now we're warm." And then also they're dead. It's a really easy way to die. Don't do that. Yeah. So at this time, the manner and cause of death pertaining to both people is unknown. They believe the circumstances surrounding the death of the two deceased individuals to be suspicious enough in nature to require a thorough search and investigation because the reporting party found the front door of the residence unsecured and opened. Deputies observed a healthy dog running loose on the property, another healthy dog near the deceased female, a deceased dog laying 10 to 15 feet from the deceased female in a closet of the bathroom, the heater being moved, the pill bottle being opened and pills scattered next to the female, the male decedent being located in a separate room of the residence, and no obvious signs of a gas leak. So the one thing that I think we can pretty conclusively rule out on this one, by the way, I've seen some people floating the notion that it might have been like a murder-suicide. I do not think it was a murder-suicide because it just makes no sense here. The most likely thing on this one, to me, is a gas leak or a gas incident. It's odd here, but it doesn't say. And so it might be, for instance, that they decided to fire up the propane heater and that they then opened the door and left it ajar on the basis of, well, if, we need to have some ventilation and it wasn't enough ventilation. I don't know, right? So, yeah, they say at this time they believe there's sufficient probable cause for the issuance of the search warrant. Any evidence collected could corroborate or refute statements made by those associated to the investigation and would assist law enforcement in determining the cause and manner of death in this death investigation. And they said that the gas lines were checked and found no issue with them. The thing is that they're not going to have gas lines that have CO2 in them or carbon monoxide, CO. They're not going to have carbon monoxide gas lines because nobody has carbon monoxide pumped into their house. So it might not be a leak of like natural gas or anything like that, but yeah. And somebody says, if it was a gas leak, why are the dogs okay? Well, the dogs might have been able to go outside. I don't know, right? I just don't know what the circumstances are. The dog might have gone upstairs and I don't know, right? At this stage, it's just, we don't know what went down. But at this stage, although they say it's suspicious, that doesn't mean that there's anything there. One dog died, and it might be because that dog was unable to escape. So, or it might be that dog was too close to the source. I don't know, right? So, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what the details are. But at this stage, I would say that they can say it's suspicious. They need more investigation. But there's nothing in here that really leaps to mind as like, this is super, this is super suspect, that this is going to turn into a murder investigation or anything like that. Melissa has a point here that I want to sort of agree with and disagree with. A natural gas leak smells like rotten egg. Yes and no. Yes and no. So, in most places, a natural gas leak will smell like rotten eggs. But natural gas on its own doesn't smell like anything. Natural gas on its own just smells like you quietly dying. The reason why natural gas smells like rotten egg is that we actually add a gas to natural gas to make it smell. That's a thing that we add to it for safety reasons, because otherwise you could get a natural gas leak where you just don't detect anything. And I know some about this because my mother used to work for a gas company. And amongst other things, they would bring they had little strips that you could like scratch and sniff to smell the smell of like a gas leak. But they also had a mercaptan leak at one point. And so the leak was just on the additive. That was it. And the that additive leak got so many people calling in saying, we need to like, we've got a gas leak, and they're like, you don't have a gas leak. We just have a leak of the additive, and it covered like several blocks. And so then they had to go and investigate all of these houses for if they actually had a gas leak, but it was just an oops that the gas, like the substance, leaked. It was a major thing. Like, she was like, I'm gonna be working so much overtime because whoops, our bad. So Ghost says, when did humans start to think that gas inside homes was a great idea? That was around like the Victorian era, and the reason why is because humans really like having light and heat. And originally we used the gas for like lighting as well as all of that. But yeah, the people like furnaces. They like being warm. So we have natural gas. So yeah, I wanted to cover the Gene Hackman stuff because I really like some of Gene Hackman's work. Gene Hackman stuff was like really, really awesome. But also, I have seen a lot of reporting online, a ton of reporting that that basically has suggested more to it than there is. Gina, we just read the affidavit to get the search warrant, so we just read that. What other sorts of stuff do they add smell to? They add smell to like anything that might cause problems if it leaks. But the other thing that we do a lot of is we add flavor to things. So, for instance, if you take a little sip of antifreeze, it will probably taste horrible. Probably. And I say probably taste horrible because antifreeze doesn't taste horrible by its nature. We add a substance called Bitrex to it. And the reason why we add Bitrex to it is to make it taste awful. Bitrex is marvelous because it tastes horrible at really, really tiny amounts. What does antifreeze taste like on its own? It tastes kind of sugary. It tastes kind of nice. It tastes like a beverage. And the big problem about that is that antifreeze is typically bright colors. It's like bright blue. It tastes sweet. What happens, sometimes kids will be like, in a garage, they'll taste the like lip of the antifreeze. They'll go, oh, this tastes great. And they'll have a great big drink of it. And so that's a bad thing. So we add Bitrex to that. We add Bitrex to rubbing alcohol. We add Bitrex to all sorts of things. Anything that you don't want people putting your mouth on, they add Bitrex to. Same kind of idea, right? And the mercaptan is great as a substance for a few reasons. One, it's a somewhat unique substance, or a somewhat unique smell. It's a smell that that you don't smell typically around, so it's not, and it's a smell that people find unpleasant because you don't want it to be a good smell. Because if it was a good smell, people would be like, "Hey, we like this smell. We're not going to worry about it," right? If it smelled like steak cooking or bread baking or flowers, right? People might not be as eager to figure out what's going on with it. So, yeah, it makes sense. They're putting Bitrex on button batteries now to stop kids from swallowing. That's good. Don't eat the forbidden candy. So, these are just, yeah. All right. So, what is it? Don't some people have gasoline because they like the smell? Not because they like the smell, but because they like getting high off it. Okay, so that is the beginning. We have sort of gone through that. Let's do a swoop, and then we'll cover super chats here. Doggo. I love those pups. Um, so Zora last night. Zora has Zora likes, snuggling as we sleep, but Zora has been doing this thing lately where she sleeps at the far side of my side of the bed, so that in order to get into the bed, I have to move the dog, which I typically do by when I get into bed. I like, I give her some pats, I rub her belly, like, those things, right? So I'm just like, yep, just what is it? I'm just like, hey, let's So Zora likes that, as it turns out, because she has moved to sleeping more and more and more on my side of the bed, like to right at the edge. And so I was like, all right, Zora, I'm going to do something funny. And so I went and I got in the bed in the middle, like from the back. And Zora freaked out. Zora just lost her mind because suddenly it's Mrs. Runkle, me, Zora, and she's at the edge of the bed. And she's like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I want to be in the middle of you two. I don't. And she's like, no. And so she's like, I got to climb over you right now. I got to be in the spot I want to be in, which is right between the two of you so that I could be like snuggled up to both. And she was just like, she had this facial expression. And the funny thing is that when I go to bed, what she usually does is she pretends that she's asleep when I'm coming down. And she'll like pretend that she's asleep, even though she'll like open one eye to look at me. But she'll be like, I can't move. I'm asleep. There's nothing I can, like, you have to move me. I'm so asleep. You have to wake me up with snuggles because I'm so asleep. And, and, but suddenly she was like straight up awake. It was the funniest thing. I was just like, okay, dog, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And somebody says, where does Potter sleep? Potter does not like being in the bed at the same time as other people. So Potter sleeps either on the floor or on the couch. But, yes. And, what is it? Manipulates you into extra snuggles. She absolutely does. She is such, and I'm like, I'm sorry, Zora. It's so, Lindsay says, how big is the bed? It's a California King, so it's a good sized bed. We got lots of space in there. We're doing okay. Now, if Potter also wanted to join in, we might be a little cramped, but Potter does not. Yeah, what is it? Other people, because he is people. He kind of is. Potter earlier today, I went and had a nap before the stream because I usually do. Potter actually did something that was very unexpected, which is he came up and he was like, I want to snuggle. And that was, he snuggled for about 15 minutes. And, but it was super cute because he came up and the first thing he did as part of his I want to snuggle is he put his paws on me. And he's big. It was like, holy crap, dog. So, yeah. Auburn Warfare, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. Vez from Quebec, do you feed the dogs once? The dogs get food in the morning and they get food in the evening. They got food this time. Do not believe their lies. The little Jen that could, thank you for the YouTube membership. Tony P, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Scott Roach, doggos deserve treats due to being good doggos. They are good dogs. They are funny dogs sometimes. Against the Tide says, please like to help Runkle reach his pro bono goals. Thank you so much. Vomit Fountain, members only flamethrower stream incoming. I plan to do a flamethrower video. So Fiona W, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Marmar says, if you come to BC, I'd love to meet up with you. I will be, if I go to BC, I will be in the Kelowna area, which might be a bit of a drive, but you'd be welcome to come up and say hi. So Yep. Um, Runkle didn't even give Zora her second dinner. She's wasting away. She has opinions about that. Jaded Juror, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Auburn Warfare, I feel like this week has been full of toxic air. A little bit. And Belle Feinstein, I had an indoor propane space heater. I love radiant heat and it feels warmer than forced air to me. I missed my heater this winter. You got to be careful that it is rated for indoor use because if not, that's not good. Vomit Fountain says, I can't drink due to dental work, so please have a gin and tonic on my behalf, please. We are 5 out of 10 on the goal, so if you're looking for it, yeah, hit that goal. Joy W says, Team Kitchen Cupboard for meds. We can talk about the meds thing, because, yeah. Scott Roach says, do you mind making one for me also? I'm not in Canada, so you're not doing it. Fine, I'll make my own. Grumble, grumble. Fair. Daily Dysfunction, do you think they'll ban Twitter for us soon? I don't. I don't think Canada can easily ban Twitter without raising massive charter rights issues. I would... if they banned Twitter here, there'd be immediately a claim to be like, this is infringing on people's freedom of expression. So, yeah. Just because, thank you so much. Lindsay, thank you for the super sticker. Laura Leanne says, late and loving these bonus streams. Thanks, Runkle. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. So in terms of medication storage, a lot of people keep them in the bathroom cupboard, and it's not a great place. I will admit that I often keep meds in the bathroom cupboard as well. What is it? The problem with the bathroom is that the bathroom gets a lot of warmth and a lot of moisture, which is bad for meds. Ideally, you should be keeping them in a dry place. So not the best spot there. Honk Banana Nose says, please wish my wife Carolyn a happy birthday today. She never lets me miss a Runkle stream. Happy birthday, Carolyn. Good to see you. So that's a good sort of thought there. The other thing is that keep in mind that people will steal medications. It's actually very common that people steal medications. So, a good place to keep your medications can be a little safe, like a little, a little lockbox. The other thing is that, what do you call it? There's a little trick I've done. Little trick that I've done in the past. And so you take a plastic bag and you fill that plastic bag with marbles. And then you take that plastic bag and you close it in the medicine cabinet with like a little corner peeking out, and then you pull the bag out so that all you've got is marbles in the all you got is marbles in the medicine cabinet, because people at parties will either open up your medicine cabinet to have a look at it, or they will open up your medicine cabinet because they're wondering if there's things that they can put in their pocket. And you know what is funny is when you get people who come and like they come over to a party and you've got a bunch of people who you don't know and they're in your house, and suddenly you hear the clatter of somebody in your medicine cabinet, and they're always like, I was just looking for for an aspirin. It's like, well, sure. Yeah. You'd be surprised. I see people saying, I don't have addict friends or anything like that. And the thing is that you don't know. There's a lot more addicts out in society than you think. And so you don't know if you have addict friends, and you would be surprised at who you catch digging through your shit. Now you might be saying, wait a minute, isn't that a booby trap for me too? And kind of, but what you do when you want to deactivate the booby trap is you get Mrs. Runkle to hold a pillowcase, and then you open the thing, and the marbles all drop into the pillowcase, and you've deactivated it. It's yeah, yeah. You have zero clue if your buddy is a functional addict. The other thing I have seen done, and I don't recommend this one, but I have seen done. So, friend of mine knew somebody was stealing their pills when they would come there because they wouldn't steal all of them, they'd steal some of them. So they got a pill bottle, and they actually asked the pharmacy to help them out. The pharmacy was down on this one. They got the pharmacy to write them a prescription for, you know, I think it was like hydrocodone or something like that, something very stealable. And then they put pooping pills in it. So somebody stole a bunch of their good drugs, and yeah. Yep, it was not. I don't recommend that, but yeah. The other thing is, don't steal meds from people because you don't know if they actually are what they say they are, and yeah. Oh, and hey, Rob, I see people saying, "Hey, law number." I didn't see him yet in the chat, but let's see, where is he? There, just scrolling up there. Yeah, don't steal pills. It's not a good idea. But in general, I would say put your pills someplace other than the bathroom kitchen or bathroom cupboard because people look there to take your pills. So the other thing I will say is don't do the thing that people like. You'll also see people online saying. You'll see people saying like, "Oh, if somebody's stealing your lunch at work, you can put some laxatives in it." Don't do that. The reason why is because laxatives can kill people, and you don't. In most places, it's actually illegal to throw that to do that. So. Yeah. It might actually even be illegal to like make a really spicy sandwich. The thing is that if so people are like, when can you make, like, what can you do? I would say you can do anything that you would be willing to eat yourself. So when I have had lunch thieves at my office, and I actually almost got in trouble for having a lunch thief at my office because they ate a sandwich of mine, and they found it to be very spicy. They found it to be very very spicy. And so I got yelled at on the basis of, why did you make your lunch so spicy? And the thing is that there was a half of the sandwich hadn't yet been eaten, and the other half that they'd taken a bite of, they were like, "Oh my god, this is so hot." I was like, because this is how spicy I like it, and I took the other half and I just started eating it. And they're like, "Oh, okay, Runkle's just a weirdo. He's just a weirdo who likes super spicy food." So, like, if you can eat it, then you're fine. And the thing is that this is where it comes in really handy to like weird foods. Because if you do have a lunch thief, and you like, for instance, sardine sandwiches, then yeah. And this, I love the idea here. If someone is stealing your lunch, just bring an extra lunch because someone is hungry. Be kind, be classy. If somebody asked me, I would take them out for lunch. I have literally left like a note in my lunch saying, just ask me, let's go to lunch, right? We'll do that. But like, just don't steal my stuff because then I go hungry. And in some cases, I've had it where somebody's stolen my lunch and I like didn't have money to go and get a replacement lunch, right? I didn't have any. And so I just had to go hungry. And yeah, yeah. But I mean, sardines, perfectly acceptable. The sardine sandwich is perfectly acceptable. Um, just, yeah. All right, so we hit a goal. I am pouring myself a gin and tonic here. Um, I don't have lime right now. That's sad. All right. Um, what is it? Yeah, I mean, this is the thing: is if there's a diabetic who was looking for something to regulate their blood sugar. So, I guess I'll tell another story. A little bit ago, I was like in a hurry. I knew that I wasn't going to have enough time to make a dinner, so picked up a I picked up a pizza to bring home to me and Mrs. Runkle. So, what do you call it? And the pizza place had a deal with like a pizza and a pop. So I'm sitting there and I got the pizza and I got the pop and I've got this root beer. And this woman comes in and she didn't look homeless, but she didn't look like she was doing great. And she's like, "Hey, do you have $2?" And I'm like, "I don't, because I don't actually have any cash. All I've got is things." And she's like, "Can you buy me a pop?" And I'm like, "Well, I just bought a pop. You can have this pop." And so I gave her the pop, right? I just gave her the can of it was a can of mug root beer, right? And she's like, "Thank you so much." And I'm like, "It's no big deal. I've got more pop at home, right? It was a free pop with the it was a free pop with the pizza. It's not a big deal." And so she takes that and she heads out and she's drinking the pop. And so then I get the pizza and I head out and I'm walking along and she's like, she was just a short distance and she says, "Well, thank you so much. I'm diabetic and I was having a sugar crash." And the thing is I don't know if she was diabetic or not. Because one of the other things is that people with meth addictions also like sweet beverages, right? And so they'll have ice cream, they'll have pop, they'll have all of these things, and so I don't know which it is, right? But I'm like, I'm perfectly fine with her having the pop. So I don't know if she was diabetic or not, but yeah, just something about that there. All right, so let's go to Karen Reed here. So, oh yes, he can say pop if he wants to. We're in the South and everything is Coke, even if it's not right. Yeah, that's a whole big thing. You've got the culture war over pop versus Coke versus soda. Yeah, not just meth. Opiate addicts also get into the sweets. Oh, right, and I didn't finish the super chats. K-Rab says, "For the goal, thank you so much." Purple Dragon Air, "I'll be patiently waiting for the re-upload of Tuesday's stream. I had to go to bed before the part 2, and I was sad I couldn't catch it. I will get it up there again." BL says, "Just got paid. Love a good gin and tonic. It's 10 a.m. where I am, but it'll be Friday night, so I'll have one later. Enjoy." Thank you so much. Isaiah says, "Happy Thursday." Happy Thursday. Marvin CZ, "Thanks for the awesome dog stories. They warm my heart." I I really owe Mrs. Runkle that one because when we were starting out, she was like, "Hey, I want a dog," and I was like, "I don't want a dog." So we compromised with two dogs. Well, the initial compromise was that we compromised with we will get it. Like she's like, "We'll get a dog, and I will do all of the things for the dog. Like I will feed the dog, I will walk the dog, I will do everything dog related." And I was like, "Okay, fine, we'll get a dog, and you just so long as I don't have to do the dog stuff." So we what is it? I didn't used to like dogs. I didn't used to like dogs. But what do you call it? So we get this dog, and the dog was Ripley. And Ripley was, what is it? Ripley was a mutt, and Ripley was a sweetheart. But the story about Ripley is that Ripley, they found him sort of hiding between two dumpsters because somebody just unloaded this dog and drove away, right? They just left this dog somewhere. And so Ripley had huge separation anxiety. Huge. When I say huge separation anxiety, when he was left alone, he literally ripped the baseboards off of the wall. He chewed things like you wouldn't believe. He did so much damage. Just an insane amount of damage. But the other thing is that Ripley also was in a habit of eating his own poop. And so we get Ripley. And Ripley is this sweetheart. And what is it? But he is just so unable to deal with people leaving. So Mrs. Runkle then goes away for a week, and when she leaves, the dog got so upset that he threw up, and it was the worst thing ever. It was so awful to clean it up, and I was just like, "Oh God, I hate you, dog! I hate you so much because I'm having to clean all this stuff up." And I don't really like dogs, but anyway, at Magenta, we're done with that part. We're good. But the thing is for the rest of the week, this dog was so like apologetic and so sweet and so snuggly and so all of these things because he's just like, please don't go anywhere. I love you so much. And I was just like, oh, you little bastard. You're worming your way into my heart. I didn't like dogs. I didn't have dogs as a kid. But now I like dogs. So, so yeah, Ripley, we got him over. The other thing that was kind of bad about Ripley as a junior dog was I had to take him to the vet. Now, Ripley is a big dog. Ripley's large, or was. He's now passed, but Ripley was a very large dog. And so I'm trying to take him to the vet, and one of the things he did not like, hated, was car rides, because the last car ride he had before he got picked up by the shelter was the people abandoning him. So he thought anytime you were taking him into a car, he got over it eventually because we'd take him on car rides to like the off-leash park and to, fun places. But initially he would struggle to not get in the car. And this dog weighs like 140 pounds, and he's just had this whole puking incident. And now I need to take him to the vet to get like his, checkups and all of this stuff. And so I had to physically pick up this dog that weighs so much and shove him in the car and then close the door before he could get out. And he's freaking out because he's like, oh my God, I'm, I don't want to. And so finally I get him to the vet. I get him, there. He's chill. He's okay with the vet. And then getting him back in the car, I'm like, like picking the dog up so that he can't get traction to fight me. And then sort of throwing him into the car and then closing the door. Oh my God, it was such a difficult task for like tiny little me. Anyway, after a bit with us, he was fine with the car. He loved the car. all of those things. So he was such a good dog. We miss him, but yeah, he was such a sweet pup. So yeah. So he says that must have been fun with your back issues. It wasn't, but yeah. What is it? Times like that, you wish they spoke English so you could explain stuff to them. Yeah, and at that point, he didn't really know me all that much. So yeah. All right, so we're just about to cover Karen Reed, but we got a few more super chats here. How many times have you caught people in your trap? More than you'd think. A lot of people are like, I didn't mean it. It's like, yeah, you did. Purple Dragonair says, most addict friends are alcoholics, which is socially acceptable. Yeah, and the alcoholics don't tend to look in your liquor or in your, not in your liquor cabinet, in your medicine cabinet, but yeah. Dark Tech Observer, people aren't stealing workplace lunches because they're hungry. They steal your lunch because they like stealing. Don't be nice to cruel people. I don't know. There's a mix of it. Melissa Webb, my sister's the dog person. I'm the cat person. I also like cats. I would also get a cat if I could, but I don't think it goes well with the dogs. All right, start another goal. Let's go with... if I got a beer here, I do. We'll put a beer as the next goal. All right. So, let's dive into Karen Reed. Now, this is 147 pages, but we're not going to go through 147 pages because 147 pages, a lot of it is exhibits. We're going to cover, and there's a fair bit of redaction here, but we're going to cover this and we're going to look at what all is in there. So, Defendant Karen Reed's motion to dismiss for extraordinary governmental misconduct. The, I'm being told I've got to swoop. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Let's see this one. Actually, this is a good point. Beer, gin and tonic needs to be followed by a second gin and tonic. I do have more tonics, so that might actually be a solid point. So, Defendant Karen Reed's motion to dismiss for extraordinary governmental misconduct. So, now you'll note here, a lot of the misconduct that they're alleging is not Brennan's. A lot of the misconduct that they're alleging is Lally misconduct. So, you'd think that would make Brennan a little more chill about this one. Brennan is not going to have any chill when he's responding to this one. Brendan is going to have zero chill. He's going to come at this hard. So now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court, pursuant to Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, and the Criminal Rules of Procedure 14C, to dismiss all charges with prejudice on the basis of extraordinary governmental misconduct. Now, I just want to say here, the likelihood of Judge Canone dismissing these charges with prejudice, murder charges, with prejudice, is insane. Like, it is insanely unlikely that will happen, right? I just don't see it, but they gotta ask, right? They gotta ask. And quite frankly, it's not without precedent. It's not without precedent. Like, we did see the charges dismissed against Alec Baldwin, and I think that the Alec Baldwin case had less of a likelihood of it, or less good argument, rather. It's possible. Now, I mean, if I was Judge Canone, I'd be thinking about it real hard, but all right, let's dive right in here. Now, here's the quote you will see all the time. It seems to show up in every prosecutorial, whatever, and that is, a prosecutor may strike hard blows, but he's not at liberty to strike foul ones. It is as much his duty to refrain from improper methods calculated to produce a wrongful conviction as it is to use every legitimate means to bring about a just one. Berger versus United States. And the thing is, this is a quote that gets used all the time. All the time. And the thing is that it's one that prosecutors often forget. Because prosecutors often fail to disclose exculpatory information. They often fail to, and, this prosecution just blows, period. Fair. When you look at wrongful convictions, right? Wrongful convictions are often marred by failures to disclose. And, yeah. Why not ask for dismissed with prejudice? They are asking for dismissed with prejudice. They're asking to dismiss all charges with prejudice. So, absolutely, that is what they're asking for, and it is the, yeah. And official Alessi stand, me too. So, there is tons of instances where people have been convicted. And the thing is that prosecutors, I don't think they do it on purpose. I don't think that they do it because they think that they are going to convict an innocent person. I think that they do it because they get tunnel blindness and they have decided that this person must be guilty. And then once they've decided that the person must be guilty, it feels righteous to cut a corner if you help get that conviction, right? Because who doesn't want to see the guilty punished? We all want to see the guilty get punished, right? We all want to see... And the thing is we've all had instances where you've watched somebody overcommit to a point, right? Let's say, like, politics. We're not going to get into any specific politician or something like that, but the degree to which people will accept from the political party they like behavior that they wouldn't accept from the political party they don't like is extreme. Like, it's a lot. And they won't even acknowledge typically that their own party's doing something shitty. They'll just, they'll rationalize it. We'll go with a guy who's on the outs, Trudeau. This is as political as we're going to get, and we're going to move past it pretty quickly. So let's not make this a political chat, but Trudeau's blackface. I think it's a big deal. And it was moved past real fast by people who supported him. And I don't think they would have moved past it nearly so fast as if it was from a conservative leader. So, people end up doing that sort of thing, and they do it with their own behavior, right? They say, this thing that I do is okay because it is righteous and because it is justified. And this is how a lot of people end up getting themselves into a bad situation. So, yeah. It becomes rough, right? You got to be. I'm not saying which leader is more racist. I'm saying that the behavior would be considered unacceptable if it was a different leader. The things that are forgivable versus the things that are unacceptable vary dramatically based on whether or not you agree with the person. And so things that you would say are disqualifying factors if they happen with the other side are okay when they happen with your side. So we're not getting into a best of or whatever. We're just using an example of one specific behavior with a politician who's already on his way out. Nobody's voting for him next time because, he's not going to be the leader, right? So that's the thing, right? So, similarly, when people say, listen, when they're looking at their own behavior, they will say, listen, sure, I didn't turn over this document or whatever else, but it's not such a big deal because this person is totally guilty. And, this is such a distraction from their guilt, right? That's kind of how people think about their own behavior. And it's really, really easy to end up in a place where you have done something really, really messed up. Because, for example, there are all sorts of instances where, and you see when there's been a wrongful conviction, you can see people interviewed, like prosecutors interviewed years later. And even after all of the evidence of the wrongful conviction has come out, they will say, listen, I think we had the right guy. I think I had the right person. And so, as an example, there's one case, I can't think about which case it was, but it's just sort of familiar. It's just sort of in my head. But there's a case where they interviewed the prosecutor, and he's like, I am sure we convicted the right person. But the thing is that the what had been suppressed, what had not been revealed, was a bit of blood that they found at the scene. And they didn't tell the defense about that bit of blood because that blood did not match the accused, and it did not match the deceased. And at that time, all they could do, I'm going to embiggen myself while I talk here because it's just me talking. At that time, all they could do was blood typing, right? They didn't have DNA testing, but they did blood typing, and they determined it was not a match for the dead person, not a match for the person that they had on trial. It was someone else. And they didn't tell the defense that. And so it wasn't presented at trial. And so they ended up going to jail. Years later, there was a guy in prison who basically came up and, like, they'd been battling to get this DNA tested. And the guy in prison said, I have to confess to something. I committed this murder. And they went, no, you didn't. And he's like, yes, I did, and provided a whole bunch of details. And so finally, they managed to get the blood tested, and that little spot of blood that was found at the scene, at the murder scene, now they have DNA, and it matches to the dude in the prison who says, I committed the murder. And the prosecutor, who didn't turn over that information, was still in interviews saying, we got the right guy. Even though there's a guy who's confessing, even though there's DNA matches, still saying, they got the right guy. And that's just because of how people think about things. It's because of how, like, the cognitive biases work. So nobody in these cases thinks of themselves as the villain. They all think of themselves as the hero. And keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind as we go. All right. So, throughout the course of these proceedings, Ms. Reed has been severely prejudiced by the Commonwealth's pervasive misconduct. The Commonwealth has suppressed discoverable, and I should show you the text, and exculpatory video surveillance footage from the Canton Police Department. It has provided piecemeal disclosure of some footage, most of which was disclosed after the trial started, and after the Commonwealth represented that all video footage had been provided to the defense. For reasons that remain unexplained, much of that video has been disclosed is missing critical timeframes and evidence central to Ms. Reed's defense. Some of the video clearly appears altered or manipulated, as evidenced by people appearing and disappearing out of nowhere. At the first trial in this matter, Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally brazenly introduced inverted video and elicited patently false testimony from Yuri Buchanek that the video was a fair and accurate depiction of critical events, in an attempt to falsely insinuate to the jury that no member of law enforcement ever approached, touched, or otherwise disturbed the rear taillight of Ms. Reed's SUV. If you remember that sequence, he's like, do you see where they're standing? And the thing is if you can tell where they're, like, if you know that it's inverted, then you are absolutely doing that one. Zap Chance says it's Unforgiven for me. I like Unforgiven. I like Mississippi Burning. Um, Gene Hackman is really solid. So I'm sad that we'll never see another Gene Hackman film, but I think that was probably already the case. I think he was retired, but yeah. Um, Apple Silver says, Ian, would you be in favor of adding capital punishment in Canada if all trials were covered by the government? No. There is no circumstance in which I support capital punishment. So, full stop. All right. So, what is it? So, there can be no doubt that this video and false testimony was offered to mislead this court, the jury, and the defense by making it appear that Trooper Michael Proctor was standing next to the left rear tail light when the Commonwealth knew the exact opposite was true. Trooper Proctor was in fact standing directly next to the right rear tail light. Other Sallyport video, which was unquestionably favorable to the defense because it would have severely discredited key witness Brian Higgins, blank. What the There's a lot of redactions here where I'm like, why? Why are they redacting? Inexplicably was not disclosed to the defense until months after the first trial. Now, I believe that what was redacted here is because we've heard this in court, because it would have severely discredited Brian Higgins. I suspect what it says is shows that he made a phone call during a period in which he said he made no phone calls. So, yeah. To this day, the Commonwealth's failure to explain the disturbing circumstances surrounding their disclosure of the exculpatory Sallyport video and why some video was suppressed from the defense at the first trial has made a mockery of Ms. Reed's right to due process. Like, this is insane. The Commonwealth exploited this court's order instructing the defense to disclose its impeachment material in advance of witnesses testifying. ADA Lally and MSP Lieutenant Brian Tully huddled with key witness. Huddled is an interesting word. You're allowed to use some shading in this. Huddled with key witness Jennifer McCabe mid-trial, prepped her on how to explain why she never disclosed that she went to CPD Sergeant Michael Lank's house or home one day after John O'Keefe's death, and then suppressed exculpatory statements made by McCabe during that session until nearly a month after McCabe's testimony, at which point McCabe and other relevant witnesses were safely off the witness stand. If the Commonwealth had complied with their obligation to provide statements of witnesses before they testify, the defense would have been positioned to expose McCabe's material inconsistent statements about her meeting with Sergeant Lank, during which apparently the Epstein list happened. Because, yeah. Mispronounced name says you don't support capital punishment, but you're willing to wield lethal force in self-defense. I don't understand. Isn't that contradictory? Self-defense is urgent. Self-defense is necessary. Self-defense is a situation where you have to act immediately against somebody who is a direct threat to yourself. Capital punishment is later on. Capital punishment is instead of incarceration. And capital punishment is by the government. They're very different situations there. So, yep, I don't think they're the same. In the same way that I don't have an issue with like a police officer shooting somebody who rushes them with a knife, but they shouldn't put that person to death afterwards once the threat is away. So, yep. As a result of this extraordinary governmental misconduct, Ms. Reed has been permanently and irreversibly denied her constitutional right to a fair trial. No remedy other than dismissal can adequately address the significant harm caused to Ms. Reed and the injustice of proceeding without the lost exculpatory evidence that was in the Commonwealth's possession, blank. Accordingly, the case against Ms. Reed must be dismissed with prejudice. Now, I suspect that what she's going to say is, well, your remedy is that now you have a new trial. Your remedy is you get a do-over, and now you have all this information. And I don't feel like that's a remedy, because I feel like this all calls for a for a sanction. So, statement of facts. Ms. Reed is accused of the following crimes arising out of the death of Officer O'Keefe: murder in the second degree, manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, and leaving the scene of personal injury and death in violation of another law. A months-long jury trial was held in this matter beginning on April 7th, and it was partially months long because they wanted to ask every witness about the snow, they wanted to ask every witness about the high tops, and Lally has a direct examination style that is... it is the audio equivalent of an ice pick lobotomy. So, yeah. On June 25th, the jury began deliberations. After the jury submitted a note to the court indicating that the jury was at an impasse, the court declared a mistrial on July 1st. The Commonwealth altered the course of the first trial in this case by destroying exculpatory evidence, withholding exculpatory evidence, and interfering with the jury in a case in which the jury either voted to acquit or was deadlocked on the lesser of one charge. There is no cure, short of dismissal with prejudice, that can remedy the serious constitutional and statutory violations that have occurred in this case. The facts relating to the respective misconduct and discovery violations are set forth below. And we'll see the, they note, in the days and weeks following the first trial, 5 deliberating jurors have come forward and indicated that they had unanimously acquitted Ms. Reed on counts 1 and 3 and were hung only with respect to count 2. Well, okay, this is nice, but this has already been litigated, and you lost on this one. So they note, Ms. Reed's failure to address any claims of double jeopardy in the instant motion to dismiss shall not in any way be deemed or construed a waiver of those issues, which are presently pending before the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. So the footnote here is basically saying, we're not giving up on those issues. Those issues are still ongoing, but it's just like, we know. So, Runkle question, I always believed that even potential Brady violations was a serious issue. I feel like this whole case has a lot of possible Brady material, so why? Am I wrong? Here's the thing. As much as we talk about, the rights of the accused, at the end of the day, the courts are really reluctant to actually give remedies to the benefit of accused people. Like, everybody's like, oh, defense lawyers just get stuff thrown out on a technicality. Does this feel like a technicality to anybody? Does this feel like any of this is alleged as a technicality? Like, the evidence has been tampered with. They presented evidence falsely. Like, they presented evidence where they said, listen, and they, literally elicited evidence that this was accurate and that everything was, correct in terms of the left-right issue. And it was only on cross that came out. Like, it's not technicalities. These are serious violations. And I hate whenever people say so-and-so got away with something on a technicality, because nobody gets away with things on a technicality. Whenever they say technicality, what they mean is either serious rights violations, or they failed to prove their case, or, that's it. There is no technicality. It's things get thrown out because rights were violated, and they don't do that easily. It's, they're like, oh, well, we just, I had one where they said, the media reported that the case was thrown out on a technicality, and it was my case. And you know what the technicality was? The technicality was the warrant wasn't signed. They said, oh, because somebody forgot to sign the warrant, the case was thrown out. You know why it wasn't signed? It wasn't signed because the justice didn't approve the warrant. It was sent back with warrant application is insufficient. You don't have a warrant. And so they, they're saying it was thrown out on a technicality. And the technicality was they searched the guy's house with no warrant. And like the judge, like the justice was actually saying, you don't have a warrant because I don't think you've got enough evidence to get a warrant. And sure, they found a bunch of shit in the house. They found drugs. They found guns. They found, drug sales indicia. But you don't get to go in there just because you really want to. And if the justice says no warrant, then it's not a technicality that their warrant wasn't signed. It's a giant freaking violation, right? And the thing is like, let's say right now, the cops could be applying for a warrant to search my house. They could be doing that right this second. And the thing that protects me from an improper search and protects you and every single person in this chat and every single person you love from the police kicking down your door or battering ramming down your door, dragging you out of the house with rifles, proning you out in the front lawn, and digging through all of your shit, is that somewhere a judge or a justice sitting in a little room in their office comfortably with a cup of coffee has to look over this shit and go, is that good enough? And the standards they apply on that are so minimal, right? It's so minimal. That barrier between you and like laying down in your front yard where all of your neighbors are watching you as your kids beg that they don't shoot you. It's such a thin barrier. It's such a fragile barrier. It is so it's basically a sheet of tissue paper is all that it is. But it's precious, right? And if they don't lose those cases where they broke through that sheet of tissue paper, then it's gone. In Canada, we used to, and Randy, I don't know how you'd find it because they didn't actually report on the guy's name. And I couldn't tell you the guy's name if I wanted to because rules, but I will see if I can try to find that. There was an article about it, but they just, I'll try to track it down. Yeah, and they shoot your dogs, all of those things, right? Canada has the experience where Canada's rights document is actually fairly new. It came about in the 80s. I think it was 1982. And so because of that, we have the experience of seeing what happens when they don't have exclusion of evidence in Canada. And so previously in Canada, if they searched your house improperly, what you could do is you could sue the cops. You could say, you had no grounds to search me, so therefore I want to sue you, and what could you sue them for? You could sue them for the cost of your door. You could sue them for a little bit of money in order to, like, for the, the upset. But you couldn't sue them for the fact that you went to jail over it. And the thing is that who pays that? Not the officer. The police station would pay that as just like a cost of doing business. And it would be viewed as a badge of honor to have that lawsuit and to get that claim made against you if you got somebody charged. You know how often they portray rights violations as heroic? In, like, I want you to watch shows, police procedurals and whatever else, and just count the times they portray violations of people's rights as a heroic thing to do. It's really common. You know what you'll see? You'll see the cops sitting there, and they'll knock on somebody's door, and they'll say, um, you know, and the guy doesn't answer the door, right? And they'll be like, hey, did you see something? And the guy's like, what? And the guy smashes the window and says, oh, there's signs of a break and enter. And so now we have to go and investigate the break and enter. And the thing is that's a serious rights violation, right? That's a serious violation of someone's rights. Or yeah, they'll say, I think I hear somebody inside calling for help. I got to go check it out. It's a serious rights violation. And they portray it like it's heroic shit. These are not heroic things. It just drives me nuts. I would love to see a show that just takes existing shows out there and then shows like a criminal proceeding where it's like, oh yeah, and here's this murderer, getting away with it now because the evidence for the search was taken improperly because, they just went through his door for no freaking reason. So, yep. All right. Only good TV cop is Carl Winslow. Yeah, fair. All right. So facts relating to the destruction and withholding of exculpatory CPD video surveillance footage. This court is aware of the critical importance of the video surveillance footage from the CPD on January 29, 2022. The Commonwealth has produced dribs and drabs of various clips of video surveillance obtained from the DVR system without any accompanying reports, evidence logs, or other documentation regarding the recovery and chain of custody of this evidence on at least 4 separate occasions. And the thing is this is so weird. Why wouldn't they just present, like, here's the full clip, here's the full tape? Relevant discovery orders. On February 2nd, the defense filed defendant's emergency motion for preservation of evidence, including the preservation of all physical evidence, such as video surveillance footage, with the Stoughton District Court. At a February 2nd hearing, ADA Lally stated in open court that he'd reviewed the proposed order and had no objection to it. He's like, yep, this is good. This is reasonable. That same day, the District Court issued a preservation order for all physical evidence, which includes video surveillance footage. In other words, 3 days after O'Keefe's death, the Commonwealth was aware of its affirmative obligation to preserve any and all video surveillance footage in its possession, custody, or control, which included the CPD and/or Massachusetts State Police, and ADA Lally was required to notify law enforcement of this order. Now, the other thing, you know what I would have done if I was in law enforcement on this? I would have pulled the drive out of the DVR system for the, for this surveillance thing, taken that drive entirely and put it aside, and then I would have taken an entirely new drive and put it in and, like, started recording on that. Like, just preserve the freaking evidence, right? Take the drive, pull it, save it, make a bite-for-bite copy, and then send that to the defense, right? So, yeah. It's so obvious that this was necessary. And the thing is this is a case where a police officer is dead. Al Fliggins says, no way Canton has the budget for that. When a police officer is dead, it opens up all of the budgetary doors, right? Dead cop is basically, you have an unlimited budget. They will just be like, whatever it costs, we will pay it. Like, this is insanely sloppy, right? And a hard drive isn't much, right? It's like $1,000. Like, Lally could have paid that himself out of his, like, fund money for the month, right? So, yeah. Dead cop gets a budget of yes. That's exactly it. It's just, we need something for this. It's just all the doors open. So, they filed a separate motion to compel the production of certain outstanding discovery, including all crime scene photographs and /or videos taken in connection with this case. This was also granted on the motion to compel, in part, and order that they produce all video evidence and metadata associated with the videos on that date. So, data production. The CPD's video surveillance has been in the Commonwealth's possession, custody, and control since January 29th. And then more Epstein list. Yeah. An Epic 7000 with an epic typo, because I think it was supposed to be Hadron Collider, but instead they got a different one. Yes. Anyone else here beeping like there's a bomb in the stream? Not me, but yeah. All right. So, notwithstanding this court's October 5th discovery order compelling the production of all video evidence and accompanying metadata in the Commonwealth's possession, the Commonwealth and its agents withheld this exculpatory evidence from the defense for more than 2 years, failing to disclose even the first incomplete batch of the footage until the eve of the first trial on April 4th, 2024. The Commonwealth has now produced 4 separate incomplete batches of video surveillance footage recorded at the CPD on January 29th, 2022. This is insane. On April 4th, on the eve of the first trial in this matter, the Commonwealth for the first time disclosed woefully incomplete CPD footage, which consisted of video from the CPD main driveway and CPD Sallyport front wall cameras from the 29th. Curiously, this footage omitted a 42-minute interval at the precise time the SUV arrived at the Sallyport garage. The missing footage from the Sallyport front wall camera would have captured A close-up of the condition of the SUV's rear taillight upon arrival at the CPD Sallyport garage, B, the individuals who had access to the rear taillight, and C, whether anyone removed taillight material from the SUV before the first piece of taillight evidence was recovered at 34 Fairview Road, which is critical to their theory. Now, the thing is that they say that they were running this system on a motion detection system. Right? That they were saying that there was a motion detection system so that it doesn't always record. And I just want to say that is freaking insane that they have this on a motion detection system as opposed to just consistent recording. But the other thing is, if they're saying that it's a motion detection system, it is hard to imagine a situation where there is more motion than an entire SUV driving into the Sallyport, right? The SUV is motion. And it's like, it doesn't fire for 42 minutes while an SUV pulls in. People get out and people move around the SUV, people, all this stuff. I'm like, fuck off, right? That just makes no sense. I got some doubts about this. There's 42 minutes missing. And yeah, the other thing is that I just want to explain how stupid it is to have a police station video on motion detection. It is insanely dumb, because let's talk about a hypothetical situation here, right? Let's talk about a hypothetical scenario. Let's say I am arrested by the police and I'm brought to the police station. And in the course of that arrest, at some point at the police station, I end up with a black eye. And it turns out that the reason why I get a black eye is because I'm drunk and I fall and I smuck my face on the ground because I'm drunk and I fell, right? What is my remedy in court for I was drunk and I fell down while I was while I was at the police station? Nothing. I got no remedy for that because that's my freaking fault. Right? That is my fault. But the thing is let's imagine that they have their video cameras set so that they're not consistently recording. And let's imagine that this video camera shows me like saying something to the cop, like, and in this hypothetical, I'm drunk. I'm like, and I do something like that towards the cop. And then the video cuts out. And then there's me with a big black eye after the video cuts back in. What does that look like? Well, that looks like I said something to the cop, and the cop decided I needed a little beat down, and then decided to clip out some video later to make it look like he didn't, give me some, bonus physics. And, then I'm like, okay. So at that point, I have a great claim against the police officer. I have a great claim against the, for getting my case thrown out. This is why they have those recordings, because, it eliminates so many different claims, right? So, yeah. It is absolutely idiotic to have things that cut out at random points in a police station video, right? It just makes no sense to me. So, because now there's a question of, oh, did we hit the goal? Okay. Ooh, I have a new goal. Hot sauce updates. New thing there. We got a new goal for hot sauce updates. So, what is it? Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to get that set up and to sort of discuss all of that. But yeah, what is it? Yeah, well, I'm hoping I can tell you about that, because I got somewhat exciting news anyway. So what is it? So the condition of the right rear tail light of the Lexus SUV at the time it entered law enforcement's custody is perhaps the most critical and highly contested issue in this case. It is astounding and convenient for the Commonwealth that this seminal time frame is missing from the Sallyport front wall camera footage. Moreover, the data was not preserved in a forensically sound way, in violation of the February 2nd preservation order, which means that the defense has been denied the ability to determine whether the Commonwealth deleted, altered, manipulated, or otherwise lost critical video evidence in its possession that it was obligated to preserve. Even if you were in a situation where you, for some reason, have this video set up where you are, where it cuts in and out based on motion or whatever else. The thing you should really, really want to do is then be able to prove that this video hasn't been tampered with, right? And they're like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to take a forensically sound copy. We're just instead gonna, we're just gonna wing it. I'm like, you have got to be freaking kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. I just want to say how insane this is. And, I mean, again, I've said this over and over and over again in disputes with the anti-Karen Reed folks, right? The anti-Reed folks, and there's lots of them out there. And the thing is I respect that people can have a difference of opinion, but a lot of them don't seem to really do so in a way where they're like thinking about things. They just want to swear at people who disagree with them. So, one of the things I've been saying is that if you are on the anti-Karen Reed side, you should be more pissed at the cops than I am. Far more pissed at the cops than I am. And the reason why is because if you think Karen Reed is guilty, if you are convinced in your heart of hearts that Karen Reed committed a murder on that night, you should be so pissed at the cops for losing that 42 minutes. Because you know how much damage it would do to the defense case if you had that 42 minutes and you could say, as a hypothetical, if that 42 minutes shows Karen Reed's car showing up with the taillight already broken, then great, the defense's case has just gotten curb stomped. And you should be so pissed that they don't have this because of the prosecution. Now, if it doesn't show that the tail light was broken when it came in, then you should be wondering, hey, why are we prosecuting this woman in the first place, right? And this is so maddening and so insane. Like, and this is the thing is people ask me all the time. They say, "You're a defense lawyer. How could you possibly represent guilty people?" And I say, guilty people are easy to represent because at the end of the day, I didn't do shit. And it's not my job to convict them. We're having the remainder of the gin and tonic here because, and the thing is like, it's not my job to convict them. But if somebody gets convicted when I am representing them, it's not because, it's typically because they have evidence to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's how that works, right? It's, and I mean, I've had cases where I thought I had a great case, and then turns out I didn't. I've had cases where, like, I've had cases where I was like, okay, this comes down to this witness, and this witness has all these reasons to lie, and, I'm going to cross-examine that witness, and that witness was just a rock on cross-examination. I couldn't budge them for shit, and it's like, okay, the guy got convicted. It's how it happens, right? So, if somebody is getting fairly convicted, then, fair ball. Somebody's saying, is it Tanqueray? It is. This is actually a Canadian distillery out of Barhead, Alberta. It is White Lightning Distillery. They have their Real Country Gin. I bought this at like a farmer's market. They're often there. They note that it's got a soothing marriage of juniper, white citrus peel, and a kick of African spice to round out our ingredients. So, it's quite nice. But yeah, I like Tanqueray. I like Hendrick's. They're both different flavors. This one is somewhere in between Tanqueray and Hendrick's. So, yeah. But the thing that scares me is innocent clients. Innocent clients are freaking terrifying. And the reason why I say that is because if an innocent client is convicted, then you're like, oh my God. I feel like this is a case where Karen Reed and, her lawyers are not getting a whole lot of sleep. So, have I tried James May's gin? I have not. I mean, I like gin. I would, maybe sometime I should do a gin tasting stream. Get a bunch of gins and just try them all. So yeah, April 10th, the Commonwealth files its Certificate of Compliance. On April 10th, the Commonwealth filed a Certificate of Compliance in which the ADA Lally certified to this court 6 days before trial that the Commonwealth, after exercising reasonable inquiry and due diligence to the best of their ability, disclosed and made available all items subject to discovery. This representation was patently false. It strains credulity that ADA Lally, in light of his actual knowledge about the preservation order and existence of extensive Sallyport video, would represent to the court and to the defense that after reasonable inquiry, he disclosed and made available all known discoverable material in his possession, custody, and control. At a minimum, rather than mislead the court and the defense, ADA Lally was obliged to inform the court and the defense that there was outstanding surveillance or video surveillance footage. And a party may not fail to make a reasonably diligent effort to comply with a legally proper discovery request. And we get this footnote, thankfully. ADA Lally was cognizant of other discoverable material that the Commonwealth did not disclose before certifying his compliance with his discovery obligations. Notably, when filing the Certificate of Compliance, he expressly represented that the lone exception of outstanding discoverable material was some evidence relating to DNA testing and analysis. By the way, I have a theory. And the theory is that Brennan is not is not being an asshole to Lally. I have a theory that Brennan is putting Lally in the corner chair, in the little timeout seat, because he doesn't think Lally can be trusted with the file. Because he thinks Lally has committed some major oopses and should not be allowed to talk again. Because, yeah. I think that I think Lally might be sitting in the in the chair because he is considered a bit of a liability. And I see people saying Brennan can't be trusted. Yeah, but Brennan may not be. He may trust Lally even less, right? And the thing is that Brennan is producing more material now in the aftermath. So, yeah. April 23rd, the Commonwealth produces inverted video mid-trial in violation of Rule 14 and attempts to use that video to defraud the jury into believing that no one approached or touched or otherwise manipulated the right of the right rear tail light. That's a bit of a tongue twister of Ms. Reed's SUV. And more Epstein logs here. All right. So, that's going to be the word for anything redacted now, is just Epstein, Epstein list. So on April 23rd, the Commonwealth produced additional footage from the CPD Sallyport back wall via share link entitled Additional Sallyport Video Download Link. No flash drive was presented to the defense. The Commonwealth subsequently exploited their mid-trial disclosure of this video surveillance footage as part of their attempt to convince the jury that nobody approached or touched the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle after it entered the Sallyport. And the thing is that Karen Reed is lucky. Because at this point, Karen Reed has, 4 lawyers on the file? Jackson, Yannetti, Little. She's got a bunch of lawyers on this file. At the point where they're doing this disclosure, right? And they had the time to figure out what was going on, right? They had the time to figure out what this, what the deal was with this video. And I said, not Alessi, was he on at the time? Was he on at this time, like the first trial? So they had like a whole bunch of, people on this thing, and they could go through and they could catch that it was an inverted video. Most people might not have a lawyer who had the resource to catch on to catch all of these details, right? And so the Karen Reed got lucky. Karen Reed was lucky that she had a team that was good enough to spot this, because otherwise this information looks fatal to the defense. So the Commonwealth subsequently exploited their mid-trial disclosure of this video surveillance footage as part of their attempt to convince the jury that nobody approached or touched the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle after it entered the Sallyport. ADA Lally craftily elicited testimony from Sergeant Bukaki that this interior Sallyport camera was an accurate depiction of the Sallyport and the SUV when it arrived at the CPD on January 29th, and that, as seen in the video, no law enforcement officer approached the right rear taillight. Holy shit, right? Holy shit. This on its own is insane. And I see YouTubers spotted it right away. Most trials won't have the YouTubers watching it. Most trials won't have the people there going, what? Most trials don't have that advantage. On cross-examination, however, Sergeant Buchanan's testimony was exposed as profoundly misleading at best and perjurious at worst. It became apparent that the video surveillance footage displayed on direct examination was inverted and a mirror image of reality, critical facts which neither ADA Lally nor Sergeant Buchanan saw fit to inform the court, defense, or jury. In other words, this video made the left side of Ms. Reed's SUV appear to be the right, and they note the Commonwealth never filed a supplemental certificate of compliance, and the right appear to be the left. Therefore, the video presented to the jury as fair and accurate appeared to show a person, Trooper Proctor, standing near the left rear taillight of the vehicle, when in fact Trooper Proctor was standing near the right rear taillight, i.e. the taillight at issue. Moreover, the inverted video does not capture the condition of the right rear taillight, and it conceals Trooper Proctor's presence by the right rear taillight. This leads to the inescapable conclusion that ADA Lally's questions, Sergeant Buchanan's responses, and the deliberate introduction of inaccurate evidence was designed to perpetrate a fraud on the court, the jury, and Ms. Reed with respect to a critical issue in this case. Now, what are we going to see the prosecution say? Prosecution's going to say, we didn't commit perjury, we just committed a fuck up. We just committed an oops. Because we thought that it was an accurate video, and the defense caught it, but we didn't catch it, so it wasn't perjury, it wasn't a fraud on this court, it was our bad, we had an oopsie. And the thing is, I might believe it if it wasn't for oopsie after oopsie after oopsie, and after a certain point, yeah. I mean, how do I put this? Nope, the analogy that just came to mind, I cannot say. It is a little too spicy. We are at 2 hours in, but it's a little... fuck it, we're 2 hours in. We're going to go with the spicy analogy. Ladies, every once in a while, a condom may get misplaced. But if every time you get frisky with a guy, the condom is not, is breaking or is, wherever, it's a problem with the dude, and you should throw the dude in the trash with the condom. Just saying, like, if there's one situation where a condom breaks one time, then it's like, okay, maybe it's an accident. But if it's happening every time, then the dude is a freaking, sex offender and needs to be, like, thrown in the garbage, right? Yeah. I guess I've got a less spicy version. Okay, the family-friendly version. Let's say you go to the bar and you bring a buddy and you're there with your buddies, and your buddy shows up and he's forgotten his wallet, so he can't put in the money for the bar tab. So when you're splitting the bar tab, he forgot his wallet. If it happens once or twice, and the guy gets you back later, he pays the money, you're like, okay, the guy forgot his wallet, okay, whatever. But if every time you go out to the bar or go out to a restaurant with this guy, it's like, oh, I forgot my wallet, and they never get around to making it square later, then maybe that guy is just a shitty person. So, yeah. Once family friendly, let's go to a bar. I assume kids know what a bar is, right? I assume, like, it's not, it's more family friendly than the other one. We'll go with that. So, October 10th, 2024, the Commonwealth produces additional exculpatory video surveillance in violation of Brady and Rule 14. Post-trial, trial done. On October 10th, the Commonwealth again provided new footage, this time for the CPD church side exterior, first floor corridor, rear lot's main side, and rear lot cruiser side cameras. This footage shows Higgins arrive in the parking lot of the CPD at 1:26 a.m., enter the building, and speak to some unidentified individuals on the phone as he's leaving CPD at 1:34 a.m. Significantly, this specifically requested material and relevant evidence, which establishes that Higgins was on the phone with some unidentified individual at 1:34 a.m. as he left the CPD shortly after O'Keefe's death, was suppressed until after the first trial. And then we've got some redactions, which might be something along the lines of, hey, this is this suggests that he might have been involved in a cover-up or the like. Or maybe Higgins was on another booty call effort. Maybe Higgins was, calling some random girl going, "You up?" Runkle, did you watch the testimony? I watched every moment of that trial, and I recapped every moment of that trial because, yes. All right. The Commonwealth failed to preserve exculpatory video surveillance from January 29th in violation of a court order and Brady. On November 8th, while preparing for Ms. Reed's second trial, and in response to the continued piecemeal production of video footage that had not been originally disclosed during the first trial, Attorney Elizabeth Little emailed Special District Attorney Hank Brennan, again requesting all raw video footage from the CPD, which shall include, but it is not limited to, all cameras capturing the interior of the CPD and / or the exterior of the CPD, including all parking areas, entrances and exits, and garages between January 29th and January 29th. On November 25th, he indicated via email that he would request that CPD provide all requested footage. Ultimately, the defense requested access to the CPD DVR system and drives that hold recording from the security camera system so that defense expert Matthew Erickson could obtain video files. And we are 4 out of 10 on the hot sauce goal. I'm just letting you know. 4 out of 10. We got 8 minutes left on the hot sauce updates goal. So that he could obtain video files and corresponding log files from the January 29th between 12 a.m. and basically all of January 29th is really what that comes to. Upon reaching an agreement with the Commonwealth, Matthew Erickson visited the CPD to image the DVR system. He then discovered, as the Commonwealth has since conceded, that the DVR system was programmed to automatically overwrite footage after 30 days, which means that the Commonwealth failed to preserve the specifically requested material and exculpatory footage relevant to Ms. Reed's case via standard forensic protocols, as they were obligated to do. They had a court order from February 2nd, 3 days afterwards, requiring them to preserve all of the data. And what did they do? They let it be overwritten. They just let it happen. Like, it is crazy. January 28th, 2025. Like, hey, that's like a month ago. Give or take, 4 hours. The Commonwealth produces more exculpatory blurry video surveillance footage establishing that an unidentified person approaches the right rear taillight of the SUV as soon as it enters the Sallyport garage. I'm sorry, I saw something in the chat that just made me laugh. Green-eyed Southern girl. I don't know how Runkle does it. I ate a whole bunch of hot sauce, and even my piss burned. That shouldn't happen. That might be a problem outside of the hot sauce, but no, I just like hot sauce. Hot sauce is fun. So, it shouldn't make it to that hole. That's not how that goes. Okay. I'm just saying. All right. What is it? Hi, Runkle. I know this is irrelevant to the current topic. Do you have any advice on how to study the Constitution for my uni class? Have you ever considered making some videos? Are you talking the Canadian Constitution or the U.S. Constitution? Because those are different things there. So I'll let you follow up on that one. All right. So On January 28th, they turned over additional footage from January 29th, this time from an exterior camera depicting Ms. Reed's SUV being brought into the Sallyport garage. So main driveway, side exterior, Sallyport, whatever. .exe? Wait. .exe? Yeah, this is maybe the issue. Never touch hot sauce or hot peppers with your bare hands. I gotta say, liking hot sauce really teaches you how to wash your, hands. So some of these things have, like they'll output in like a player. So you open it up and it runs like a proprietary player that shows you the video. Yeah, it's an exe file. Why the fuck is it an exe file? Okay. The footage, although blurry and grainy, appears to show an individual approach the right rear tail light. By the way, if you ever get an exe file in Disclosure, one of the things that I do with that is you spin up a virtual machine to just like run that in a a confined system so that it's not going to do horrible things. Because yeah. Now some surveillance camera companies are really, really shitty. And they will export in like things that are like their own proprietary format with with like encryption and so forth to make it super difficult for you to access it. Super difficult to access it. And yeah, I explain why exe matters, because it's not a video file, it's an executable file. And the thing is an executable file is a much greater risk for it doing something on your on your computer. So, like an executable file is a program, and so an exe file could be a Trojan. It could be all of these things, right? So, you gotta be concerned. There are videos that can sometimes like force execution of arbitrary code through a player, but that's because of a bug with the players. Exe files are potentially risky. So, if you go on like some video sharing site and you see that the video is an exe, it's a Trojan. Like, yeah. So if this video were not blurred out, the surveillance feed would have captured yet another angle of the right rear taillight as it entered the Sallyport garage. At a certain point, it defies logic that all CPD video surveillance footage coincidentally cuts out, blurs out, or becomes grainy at the precise time the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV should be in frame upon its arrival at the Sallyport. This angle of video surveillance is exculpatory, and it was withheld from the defense prior to the first trial. The more times they have to explain that they are like, hey, just saying, yeah, there's this random weird blur at this time so that you can't see anything. It's like, why is it blurry? Why is it, why is this? It's suspicious, right? And so if the jury sees yet another suspicious thing, then they might be like, well, this is too much for us, right? We were on board when the video footage was missing. We were on board when the video footage was bad. But now that it's also, there's this blurred video, it's like, well, no, now we think that there is, some sort of editing or the like, right? How many times do you believe that they had a video problem, right? All right. Facts relating to the Commonwealth's intentional withholding of exculpatory statements made by seminal witness Jennifer McCabe. Stop saying seminal. I don't like... Stop with that word. McCabe is a key Commonwealth witness. Her credibility is critical to the Commonwealth case. On February 2nd, 2022, mere days after O'Keefe's death, the MSP obtained and forensically imaged McCabe's cell phone. The forensic examination of McCabe's cell phone revealed significant exculpatory evidence supporting Ms. Reed's third-party culpability defense, inter alia, establishing that Ms. McCabe Googled "Hoss long to die in cold" at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 3 hours before she supposedly discovered Mr. O'Keefe's hypothermic body in the snow on her brother-in-law Brian Albert's front lawn. Now, of course, who put in that search is debated, because the Commonwealth theory is that that this was Karen Reed's search, and I'm like, it is. Why would Karen Reed do the search on McCabe's phone, right? So, all right. McCabe then took steps to delete that one search out of more than 4,560 on her phone, along with nearly every communication made on her phone in the hours following O'Keefe's death, only some of which were recoverable from her phone using forensic extraction software. The close and long-standing relationship between the Albert and McCabe families and the law enforcement officers assigned to investigate this case is central to Ms. Reed's third-party culpability defense. She has 4,560 text messages or searches. She deletes one? And why would Jen McCabe delete the search if she thought it was evidence? Naven says she didn't delete the search. It's been proven. I mean, this is a dispute on that one, right? There's a whole argument on this one. I know that the Commonwealth doesn't think that she deleted it, so fair enough. There is a dispute. CPD Sergeant Lank. Lank is a great villain name, but a longtime friend of the Alberts, was the first officer to enter the Albert residence on the morning of January 29th, 2022. In preparation for trial, the defense uncovered location information on McCabe's cell phone, which proved she went to first responding officers Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th, 2022, the day after O'Keefe's death. Why is she going there? Yeah, the guy who designed the Celebrite system, I have some issues with him. I got some issues with his testimony. And sure, he wants to say that Celebrite is the best thing, but he's got a bit of a conflict on that. So he's got a bit of a conflict on that one. Because if Celebrite doesn't help lead to convictions, then Celebrite doesn't sell to police officers. All right, so we got more Epstein list, and then what is it? On May 7th, in accordance with this court's order that parties disclose all information to be used for impeachment purposes, Attorney Little emailed ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin to provide location information from McCabe's cell phone, establishing that she went to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th. Unbeknownst to the defense, ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin shared this impeachment information with Lieutenant Tully. On May 10th, 2024, in the then undocumented meeting, Lieutenant Tully, ADA Lally, and ADA McLaughlin met with McCabe shortly before she was scheduled to testify in the first trial. McCabe's materially inconsistent statement about meeting Sergeant Lank was not memorialized in any report or otherwise disclosed to the defense in advance of McCabe's testimony at trial, in violation of Brady, Giglio, and Rule 14. They should be telling them what was said there, right? They're meeting with this witness. They should be saying, like, hey, this is what the witness had to say. And they should have done that immediately, because there's trial going on, right? They got to testify, they got to tell the defense that so that they can potentially use it in cross-examination or discussion. McCabe testified beginning on May 17th, 2024. So they had an entire week. During cross-examination on May 21st, 2024, she testified that she received a text from her sister, Nicole Albert, on January 29th, stating, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it." To which she responded, "Right. We'll get more info tomorrow on the 29th. And what do they do on the 30th? They go to Lank's house, right? When Ms. McCabe was asked whether anything significant happened the next day, January 30th, McCabe volunteered the following story. "I went to the O'Keefe's house. On the way home, Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank, so he dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Carrie are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Carrie and asked how the O'Keefes were doing, and, we talked to her." Okay. Julia, that's what I said. Defense found it, disclosed to the prosecution, and prosecution told Jen McCabe during prep. That's what we've said. So she testified that she was at the house for approximately an hour and that she might have ran in to go to the bathroom. And more blank. On cross at trial was the first time McCabe mentioned going to Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th, 2022. She hadn't mentioned it in any prior thing, and it only comes up after she's been warned ahead of time that she, that she's got an issue. I got a problem with that. I got an issue with that. When pressed further, she admitted that she discussed this issue at a meeting a couple of weeks prior at the DA's office. She testified that at the meeting at the DA's office, "I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th? She admitted that, "At first I said, no, I've never been to his house. Then I thought about it and said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there." And that was the extent of the conversation. She was there for approximately an hour and she doesn't say shit? Bull. Bull to that. And I owe you guys a hot sauce update. I know that. I got to set another goal here, though. So I had a second gin and tonic started. We're going to put in beer. All right, there we go. So I owe you guys also that. She further testified that Tully did not ask her any follow-up questions about why she went to the personal home of Sergeant Lank the day after O'Keefe's death, and that he did not take any notes. On May 29th, only after the defense was deprived of the opportunity to effectively cross-examine McCabe and Carrie Roberts about their visit to Sergeant Lank's house, Lieutenant Tully memorialized his meeting with McCabe. He doesn't write a single thing down until she's successfully until she's safely off the stand. What is it? Lieutenant Tully memorialized McCabe's inconsistent claim that she went to Sergeant Lank's home to pick up Carrie Roberts' daughter. So, at trial, she said, drop off the daughter. Right? When she's talking to Lank beforehand, she says, pick up the daughter. Which is it? And it sounds like this is a made-up story where those details get easily forgotten between one thing and the other, whereas this is a detail that is less likely to be something that you would forget if you actually were there, like if it was actually a thing that you were doing, right? So, this big contradiction is a whole thing. So, Lieutenant Tully's report, which omitted any reference to McCabe's exculpatory statement in which she denied that she ever went to Sergeant Lank's house, was not disclosed to the defense until June 4th, 2024. Again, after she's off the stand. And then C is entirely redacted for pages and pages and pages and pages. So, yeah. Argument. The Commonwealth has engaged in numerous Rule 14 discovery violations and constitutional violations under Brady versus Maryland and its progeny. Ms. Reed's constitutional rights to effective assistance of counsel and to due process under the law, as guaranteed by Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights and the 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, require that the Commonwealth disclose certain evidence in advance of trial. So, defendants have an unquestioned right under the 6th Amendment to obtain relevant evidence that bears on the question of his guilt or innocence, and which otherwise helps the defense. Pursuant to Brady and its progeny, defense counsel is entitled, as a matter of due process, to all evidence that is favorable to the accused and material to either guilt or punishment. Now, what does it mean to be relevant to guilt or to punishment? So, let's imagine a murder, right? And the murder is based on the U.S. rule of, like, 3 people go to a home invasion. They're all planning to do a home invasion. They all, and they all, like, have a gun, right? And so, they go and they kill somebody in the house. And the thing is that, like, even though if you can establish that the bullet was fired by somebody else, that was, that still might not mean that the person is to be acquitted. But, even despite that, the bullet being fired by one of the other people in the house might be relevant to punishment, right? It is a different degree of punishment that you'll get if you were the person who fired the fatal shot versus if you were the person who was standing next to the person who fired the fatal shot, right? You're both potentially guilty, but it's relevant for punishment. So at that point, that has to be turned over, right? It's got to be handed over. All right. So, what is it? And evidence necessary to place the witness in his proper setting and put the weight of his testimony and credibility to a test. You might, as the prosecutor, think that this witness is truthful and credible and so forth, but you still have to hand over things that might make them look dumb. So Brady disclosure also extends to disclosure of information useful to the defense to attack the reliability of the police investigation and the police methods employed in assembling the case, i.e. all of the video shit. So, yeah. All right. In addition to her constitutional rights, Ms. Reed also has a statutory claim to obtain evidence in advance of trial and prepare her defense. The rules clearly state that the Commonwealth must provide certain mandatory and automatic discovery of evidence within the possession, custody, or control of the Commonwealth to the defense in order to meet its mandatory discovery obligations. And also they had a court order, right? They had a court order. So, yeah. Information subject to such mandatory discovery includes all material and relevant police reports, photographs, tangible objects, all intended exhibits, reports of physical examinations of any person or of scientific tests or experiments, and statements of persons the party intends to call as witnesses, i.e. Jen McCabe's statements. The Commonwealth is also required to provide any facts of an exculpatory nature. Here's the... Can I talk about another thing that maybe... When you go to a police station, you get brought in to talk to the police in a little tiny room. And that little tiny room is wired up for sound and audio. Why the hell they're taking a statement from a critical witness in this case without audio and video recording it is bizarre to me. Like, obviously record this statement. And then they could have just said, hey, defense, McCabe came by. We had a chat with McCabe. Here's your statement. Like, here's what happens. It's all audio recorded. And here you go. Would have been super easy. Right? That's how we've got the Baldwin statement. That's how we've got Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's statement. That's how we've got the statements of everybody in all of these cases. It is so weird that they didn't do that. And they just are like, we'll just write it down after she's off the stand. Like, everything in this case, there is no part of this case Like, I don't think that I went a single day in testimony in this case where I was like, oh, we had a day of no weird shit happening. Where, like, no weird investigation things or, like, weirdly lying, witnesses came out. I was waiting to have a boring court day where it's just like, um, when did we have a day when there just wasn't some bizarre shit that came out during the prosecution's case? Never. It was weird. Also, because I owe you guys an update, I will give you guys an update on the hot sauce situation. So, I have been in touch with my hot sauce guy. We're working on getting FDA registration for his kitchen. We're working on that. I contacted the FDA, and the FDA is going to be helpful. I don't know if the FDA person wants me talking too much about that interaction, but it was kind of funny there. So, Gray Space says, "Of course you have a hot sauce guy." The hot sauce that is like my hot sauce is made by a really nice guy. Lessig Ferments is the company, and so he makes the hot sauce for me. So the like, I don't have a commercial kitchen. I don't do professional fermentation, but he and I have been working together to produce this hot sauce. So the Runkle of the Bailey hot sauce is made by a guy who helps me out with doing the actual production. Now, he helps me out by doing it based on sort of my I had an original sort of recipe. He adapted it. He amended it. He, corrected it. So, because my original recipe was not, pH correct to be shelf stable. So he tinkered that. So, we are, anyway, we are working on making a second batch. And I'm hoping that second batch can be made so that I can ship to the U.S. We're doing that. You ain't gonna pull a pink sauce. There was only one person who sent me a complaint or a problem, and the issue that they had was that the post office crushed the package. Like, smashed it flat, and so he got it and it was broken. So I refunded him. But we had, out of all the bottles that went out, I had a nearly 100% success rate on people getting the bottles, and everybody who's given me a review has said that they liked it. Some people say that it was hot. Fair enough. I'm working on trying to get to 2 new designs. One design is something I'm hoping to make that is uses like some lime flavoring. I'm tinkering with the sort of recipe and formulation on that one. The other one that is I'm tinkering with lots of different sort of approaches here. And but I'm trying to make a hot sauce that is free of alliums, because some people indicated that they want to try a hot sauce from me, and that they want to have one that has no garlic and no onions. And the thing is, I can't find a lot of hot sauces that don't have garlic or onions. Even ones that are sort of fruit based are, like this. I had a little taste of this hot sauce while I was here. This one has white onion, garlic. Other hot sauce right here. This one on the ingredients. Onion is the first ingredient. This one over here. First ingredient, black garlic. Garlic and onions are super, super common. So I am like, I'm going to try to make one, and I'm going to try to do it. And the new batch, I'm hoping, will be starting up soon. So I just need to do some ingredient testing. There are some things I'm trying to work on to try to sort of make it pop with somebody saying, how would you make one without garlic? I'm going to try to lean in heavily on glutamates. And so I'm going to try to lean in on like an umami flavor. So I'm trying to, what is it? I'm trying to experiment with some other things. So one of the things I'm experimenting with is actually green tea. I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm going to try to, I'm going to try that. Leeks, I believe, are an allium. So yeah, the update is I hope to get this all registered and so forth. I'm hoping that there will be a 4 sauce set if I can make that happen. And that is sort of that is sort of lovely. Canadian Constitution. Okay, we can talk about that, how to study for that. Now, is it just the charter or do you have other things there? Because yeah. All right. So yeah, that's kind of my update. It's really really awesome. Would wasabi work? I don't know. I don't know. So we're gonna try to. And the other thing is anchovies. I'm gonna try to keep it. Vegan if I can, because yeah. Wow, are you a good cook? Maybe. No glutamates. Glutamates are not gluten. Glutamates are things like in tomatoes and anchovies and all of the things. Glutamates are basically umami. They're MSG, basically. They're natural MSG. So, yeah. MSG is in everything you like. It is in pasta sauce. It is in it's in soy sauce. It's in all of these things because it's what gives things that flavor of like meatiness, right? So there's no gluten. It's not a gluten thing. It's just that they are instead what is it? Yeah, people say they're allergic to MSG. In most cases, they're wrong. In most cases, they're allergic to certain other things. But yeah, MSG is really good. So tomatoes, anchovies, mushrooms are all really high in glutamates. If you like a Caesar salad, it's quite possibly because of the anchovy paste in there. It is all delicious. So yeah. All right. What is it? So the rules also state that the defendant may move for discovery of other material and relevant evidence not required by subdivision A1. Here, on February 2nd, the Commonwealth was ordered to preserve all physical evidence, including video surveillance footage in Stoughton District Court. Subsequently, on October 5th, this court ordered the Commonwealth to produce all videos in connection with the case and associated metadata. So, yeah. What is it? Notably, this prosecutorial duty to produce evidence covered by Rule 14 extends beyond just the prosecutor, but to all agents of the Commonwealth, including police. So for many purposes, police are equivalent to the prosecution, right? They're all on the same team. They're all in the, they're all in the same point. Steve A, now we've got 3. So, yeah. All right. The prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in the case, i.e. the police, right? So a prosecutor's duty to disclose extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in the investigation and presentation of the case. So basically they're saying you can't say it was just the cops, right? So, yeah. As set forth herein, the Commonwealth has repeatedly violated its discovery obligations under Brady and Rule 14. So the Commonwealth's production of the inverted video violated Rule 14. So they withheld the inverted video for the Canton Sallyport until after the start of the trial and after they'd already filed their certificate of compliance. Like, their certificate of compliance is saying, we have already given you everything there is to have. You don't need to ask for anything else because we've given you everything, right? Everything. We've given you everything, right? So there isn't anything else, right? At best, the inverted video had been in the Commonwealth's constructive possession since January 29th, 2022. The constructive possession thing is because the police had it. It doesn't matter if Lally didn't know about it. It doesn't matter if Lally was unaware of this. So, yeah. Can we get a hot sauce named Strain Credulity? Maybe. I already have a vague idea for the garlic-free one, which will be, what is it? No onions, only tears. No onions, only tears. Just because, it's a hot sauce. It's got to hurt. So, yeah. At worst, this video evidence was intentionally manipulated and inverted by the Commonwealth and its agents sometime thereafter in an effort to defraud the jury into believing that no law enforcement officer approached the right rear taillight of the defendant's SUV upon its arrival in the CPD Sallyport. Either way, the Commonwealth's production of the inverted video in the middle of trial and after it had filed its certificate of compliance violated Rule 14. The Commonwealth violated Rule 14 and Brady by withholding exculpatory impeachment evidence establishing Higgins was speaking to some unidentified individual on the phone at 1:34 a.m. So after the trial in this matter, the Commonwealth produced previously withheld surveillance from the CPD's churchside exterior and rear lot cameras, which show, inter alia, Higgins arrive in the parking lot of the CPD at 1:26 a.m., enter the CPD, and speak to some unidentified individuals on the phone as he's leaving the CPD at 1:34 a.m. And they say that they suppressed important evidence, which is redacted. Now, I'm like, who the hell is he talking to at that hour, right? Is he ordering a pizza at 1:34 a.m.? Or is he talking to somebody whose last name is Albert or McCabe? I mean, we know he's not having a booty call because it's Higgins and he's got no game. He's got negative game. There are people out there who are not getting laid right now because Higgins exists. Right? So, yeah. He is reducing the amount of game in the universe. So they note any evidence which tends to impeach the credibility of a key prosecution witness is clearly exculpatory. Oh, I got to pull this one up right now. I like No Onions, Only Tears. That name has layers. Love it. Love it. I might have to steal that line for use on that. So this exculpatory video surveillance footage was in the Commonwealth's custody and control since January 29th, 2022, and at the time of trial was in ADA Lally and ADA's McLaughlin's actual possession. What? Okay. By withholding this exculpatory evidence and failing to produce the information till after trial, they violated the constitutional rights as set forth in all of the things. Why would they not turn this over? So the Commonwealth violated Rule 14 in Brady by withholding exculpatory video surveillance footage establishing that an unidentified person had unfettered access to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight of the SUV immediately after its arrival in the Canton Sallyport garage. So just last month, on January 28th, they provided additional surveillance footage, this time from an exterior camera depicting Ms. Reed's SUV as it was driven into the CPD Sallyport garage. This camera angle should have had a clear and unobstructed view of Ms. Reed's taillight as it was driven into the Canton Sallyport garage. However, yet again, the footage is too blurry and grainy to make out the condition of the taillight. Notwithstanding that fact, the footage is exculpatory and shows an individual approach the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's SUV immediately after the vehicle is brought into the sally port and then exit shortly thereafter, which the defense theory is going to be this person was breaking the taillight and then taking that broken taillight back to the crime scene in order to sprinkle it around as the Canton taillight fairy. I have that as a shirt, by the way, on my Zazzle store. If you go to my Against the Tide might have the link. If you go to my store, I have a shirt that says "Blessed by the Canton Taillight Fairy," because because it's funny. They just wander around sprinkling taillight around. So this video surveillance footage has been in the Commonwealth's possession since January 29th and was withheld from the defense for 3 years and produced only after trial in this matter. This video surveillance footage directly contradicts Sergeant Buchanan's false testimony at trial, in which he claimed that the video surveillance footage established that no one from law enforcement approached the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle. Ms. Reed's defense at trial in this matter was that law enforcement removed taillight material from the Lexus SUV and planted the evidence at 34 Fairview Road. Notably, no taillight material was found at the crime scene until after the Massachusetts State Police took custody of Ms. Reed's vehicle and after it arrived at the CPD Sally Port. Any evidence which tends to impeach the credibility of a key prosecution witness is clearly exculpatory. So, they say, as such, the ADAs violated constitutional rights and the ethical duties imposed on prosecutors by withholding the video surveillance. This is insane to me, right? This is bizarre to me as to what's going on here. So the Commonwealth failed to preserve exculpatory evidence in violation of a court order. All right, so they failed to preserve material and exculpatory video surveillance and associated logs in violation of the Stoughton District Court's preservation order and this court's October 5th order compelling the discovery of all videos. Moreover, the metadata and log files underpinning the CPD surveillance footage from January 29th are clearly exculpatory, and thus the Commonwealth had a constitutional and statutory obligation to preserve the original surveillance footage from the CPD in its entirety, i.e., those log files, that metadata could have told us things like, was this footage altered? Who altered it? What time did they alter it? These kinds of things, right? Those kinds of details are highly, highly relevant. So, Yup. I do not understand all of this. Yeah. All right. To be clear, the condition of the right rear taillight of the SUV at the time it entered law enforcement custody is perhaps one of the most critical and highly contested issues in this case. The footage that has been produced by the Commonwealth is rife with issues that call into question its accuracy and forensic viability of the CPD's surveillance video footage obtained from the Sally Port on January 29, 2022. The Commonwealth has produced numerous video files without any way to verify their authenticity. And given that this is a case that very much, hinges on allegations of police, police misconduct, police impropriety, it is critical that there be a way to verify the authenticity of these things, right? Were they edited? Were they modified? When were they, was it created when it purports to be created for, right? Could Judge Bev or Judge Canone tell the jurors that the Commonwealth lost, manipulated, withheld the videos so they can decide? She could give a spoliation instruction. A spoliation instruction is basically... So, let's give an example of a spoliation instruction. Let's say I'm being sued, and the lawsuit says that as part of my Runkle of the Bailey business, that I made a deal with, Bob to, to whatever. And then, so Bob is suing me because I, didn't, didn't provide him with whatever stuff, right? And so right after Bob sues me, the first thing I do is I take all of my files, like all of my records, and I shred them, right? Every record, I shred it as soon as I get sued. Well, that's really suspicious, right? And so the court could, as a, as a remedy for this missing information, say, listen, we're going to tell the jury that all of these shredded documents, you should infer that they would have been bad for Runkle, right? That they would have been bad, and that the reason why they were shredded is because they were damning, right? So, yeah, that's what a spoliation instruction is infer from the destruction of this material that it was harmful to whatever side destroyed it. So, these video files include a file capturing the interior of the Sallyport garage with a 42-minute gap missing at the precise time that the feed would have showed an unobstructed view of the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound SUV as it entered the Sallyport garage, in spite of the fact that the Commonwealth claims that the video surveillance feed is motion activated. Oh, they got there. The mid-trial production of an inverted video produced by the CPD in an attempt to save face for the gap in footage, which improperly depicts right as left and left as right, and falsely suggests that no one from law enforcement approached the right rear taillight, and a blurred-out video that obstructs what would have been would otherwise be another clear view of the right rear taillight of the SUV as it entered the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022. I have had cases thrown out on less than this. I have had cases completely thrown out on less severe disclosure violations than this. It is astounding to me that this case... Now, I mean, it is a murder case, and my cases were not murder, right? My cases were not... But the thing is if it's a murder case, they should be extra careful. They should be extra certain that everything they are doing is super above board, right? Super above board. Yeah. And witness, I am super curious. I look at this evidence as a vehicle telematics data expert, so I see it a lot differently. What do you think of the notion as a vehicle telematics data expert, that because it shows a reverse at a speed that is hard for me to believe. Can a vehicle tell the difference between I am reversing and I am moving versus I am reversing and my wheels are spinning in snow? Can it tell the difference between spinning tires and actual motion is, I guess, my question. Bulldog Mom is saying, link to store. Tide, can you throw the link up again? We got more people asking for the link there, so yeah. Incomplete data is an obvious first issue. Yep. And let me just see here. I'm going to watch for that link if it comes up, just so I can try to pin it. There we go. Pin message. There we go. I feel like a bit of a jackass pinning my store link, but oh well. I am bad at grifting, folks. Super bad at grifting. Hey, all, here from Defense Diaries. Awesome. So good to see you. Yeah, I'm bad at grifting. I feel bad when I pin my store link, but I'm just going to tell you, I don't make a whole lot at the, off the store. But I put stuff in the store because I think it's funny. And can I tell you an idea I want to do? I want to do this idea. So what I want to do is set up for a shooting competition. I want to set up a target. And what I want to do is set up a no-shoot target. And the no-shoot targets are targets that if you shoot them, they're a penalty. Right, you get points off if you hit the no-shoot. And so I want to set it up as like a crowd of no-shoot targets. And in the middle of that is a shoot target. So it's like you have to shoot this target that's in like a crowd of don't shoot the target. And ideally, what I want to set up is I want to set it up so that I've got it on a track so that it moves back and forth, so that you have to hit a moving target as it moves between no shoots to make it extra challenging. So that's my goal on all of that. But what I want to do is I want to take the no shoots, and I want to take each no shoot target and I want to put a Runkle of the Bailey shirt on it, so that each of the no shoots has a Runkle shirt on it. And at the end of the shooting competition, at the end of the shooting stage, if you successfully shot the target and you didn't hit a no shoot, then you get a shirt out of the box, right? You get a shirt like, here's a free shirt. Whereas if you hit one of the no shoots, then you get the shirt off of the no shoot with the bullet hole you just put in it. And it's going to be, so it'll be like, all right, you hit the no shoot, you get that shirt. And I wonder if there'll be people who will shoot the no shoots intentionally just to get the, just to get that. So, but it'll be funny. So, yeah. And Michael J. Money says, the guy whose dream is to provide entirely pro bono criminal defense legal services is awful at grifting. You don't say. You're not wrong. So, yeah. Okay. So, Runkle shirts with real bullet holes sold. All right. So, what is it? It is not a coincidence that none of the many cameras at the CPD's Sallyport garage captured the condition of the right rear taillight upon its arrival at the CPD, and before the first pieces of taillight lens material were recovered by law enforcement at 34 Fairview Road. The fact that the Commonwealth and its agent, the CPD, failed to preserve the footage in a forensically sound way and allowed critical evidence to be destroyed is not a coincidence, and goes to the heart of Ms. Reed's defense and the credibility of some of the Commonwealth's most central witnesses. Even if ADA Lally was not actually aware of the footage, a reasonable prosecutor exercising due diligence would have been aware. You gotta be... You can't just say, I didn't know, I didn't ask, I didn't look. They're required to do the diligence, right? They're required to take those steps, right? And if they don't take those steps, that's on them. So, as another example of this, let's say I have a witness who fails to show up for court, and I'm asking the court, I'm like, I need an adjournment because I have a critical witness in my case, and they didn't show up. And the court will be asking things like, hey, did you subpoena that witness? Because if I didn't subpoena that witness and I didn't take that reasonable step, then the court is a lot less likely to give the adjournment. They might ask, have you been in contact with this witness? Is this a witness you've been in touch with? Are you, have you been, and it'll be like, well, no, and if you haven't been in touch with the witness, the court's going to be like, why haven't you been keeping touch with your critical witnesses to make sure they show up for trial? Right? So again, on this, and let's say on appeal, let's say I run a trial, my client is accused of murdering somebody. And then it turns out that later I want to appeal my guy's conviction, and my basis for appeal is, listen, there's this whole additional guy who saw my client at the time, and he says that my client didn't do it. Well, one of the questions the court will have when they decide to introduce that new witness, that new evidence, is, could I have found that witness through the exercise of due diligence, reasonable care? Could I have found that guy? And if I could have found that guy, then they probably won't allow me to bring that new evidence in at a new trial. So, ADA Lally had an ethical, statutory, and constitutional obligation to obtain this footage. So, you can't just say I didn't look, right? So, evidence in possession of the police is Brady material, even if the prosecutor is unaware of it. So the prosecutor has a constitutional duty of inquiry. You got to find out, right? It is up to you to find out, right? So following the February 2nd preservation order, ADA Lally should have, and a diligent prosecutor would have, promptly notified the CPD to preserve any existing footage and inquired about whether the DVR system overwrites or deletes old data. By the way, this is super common in prosecutions for, like, they will do this step in prosecutions for, like, theft of a bottle of liquor from a liquor store, right? If somebody goes and they steal, like, you know, this bottle of scotch out of a liquor store, they'll make sure they copy that video footage before that gets overwritten, right? It's so bizarre to me that this is coming up as an issue at all. Just straight up bizarre to me. I don't get it. I don't get it in the slightest. That, yeah. I will start saving right after the next procedure if you do it for the stallery. You mean the shot shirts? I could make a shot shirt for the stallery. I could do that. That seems like a reasonable ask. All right. You know what? I will shoot it and I will sign it. We'll do that. So, I'm not going to shoot it with the flamethrower though, because if I shoot it with the flamethrower, there's not going to be a whole lot of shirt left. So, yeah. So, reasonable inquiry to disclose and make available all discoverable evidence. ADA Lally did anything but, and the Commonwealth is responsible for the resulting loss of this critical exculpatory evidence, which cannot be cured short of a dismissal of the case. It's like, and this is an important thing, right? This is saying you cannot fix this with any other remedy. Why is this important? Well, because at the end of the day, the court is going to look for any remedy other than throwing the case out, right? Any remedy other than throwing the case out. Similarly, when I, you know, if I have an issue of missing disclosure or whatever like that, they'll look for a remedy other than a stay of proceedings, right? Which is throwing the case out. Stay of proceedings, judicial stay is basically a dismissal with prejudice. Same sort of equivalent here, right? So, one of the key things, if you want to get that remedy of the case being thrown out, is to show that it's unfixable, right? Even with the best efforts, with the best thing that the courts can do, it's unfixable. And here what they're saying is, listen, this video is lost. There's 42 minutes that we'll never get back again. There's, you know, all of these things. And we had this, you know, so I don't see that there's necessarily a fix to it. And that's what the defense is arguing here. And somebody was saying sending stuff to the U.S., tariffs. There may be tariffs. I don't know. Like, I don't want to get too far into politics, but if there's a blanket 25% tariff imposed on all goods from Canada, then I probably can't send hot sauce to the U.S. because it will be 25% more expensive for any U.S. people who want to buy it. And, you know, so I'd sell a bottle of hot sauce for $20 and you'd get that bottle of hot sauce for $25. That becomes a big deal, right? So, because I don't know how many people would want to buy a $25 hot sauce. Yeah. So, Yeah. Um, I also saw somebody who's requesting, can I please ask for Judge Canone to come on the channel? There's no way she's coming on the channel. And if she could come on the channel, the one thing she would ask, or the one thing she would put as a requirement is, I can't talk about this trial. So, yeah. I don't think, it's not going to happen. It's not possible. So, how would the tariffs be different from the UPS gouging? There's just no option, right? So, yeah. We'll see. All right, the Commonwealth withheld exculpatory statements by McCabe. This is not a do pre-orders. Then you know how many to make ahead of time. If I do pre-orders, the problem with the pre-order is that the tariff possibility makes the pre-order thing basically non-starter. Because let's say I do a pre-order at $20, and then a tariff gets imposed, and now the price, has to be $25. I'm like, I don't know how I can do that. So I don't think I can do it with a pre-order, because I'd have to come back to people and be like, need more money. That's not going to make people happy. So, yeah. I don't want to leave anyone in a situation. This is the thing that legitimately terrifies me. Legitimately scares the shit out of me. Which is like when I do the I've still got the extra life auction stuff. I've still got a bunch of stuff I've got to send out. And I don't want anybody participating in anything I do to come back and say, I feel like I got ripped off. I do not want that. I try my best to be the same thing with, this is why all of the charity donations go directly to Extra Life, that I don't touch a single dollar of that money, because I have seen so many situations where somebody's doing like an influencer thing, and they get all of these charitable donations, and then it's like, well, what happened to them? I don't want to create that question. I don't want to create that doubt. I want you guys to be. I want at all times for you guys to, I want everything to be above board, and I want everything to be 100%, proper. So it's important to me that that nobody walks away from something like this going, I feel like I was ripped off. I feel like I was scammed. I was terrified selling the hot sauce, because I was like, what if somebody gets it and it goes bad, right? What if I didn't want it to be a pink sauce thing, right? We're not doing that. So my goal, my standard for the hot sauce was, I wanted 100%, 100% happy customers, and I sort of got 100%. One person, their thing broke on arrival, and I didn't have another one to ship them, so all I could do was just refund them, and I ate the cost of that not making it, so that they weren't out the money. That's it. Sarah, I'm working on getting those sent out. I have sent about half of them out, and then I have about another half to go. So, all right. The Commonwealth withheld exculpatory statements by McCabe in flagrant violations of its obligation under Brady and Rule 14. Sarah, if you send me an email, I can prioritize yours as well. There is one that I lost an item, and I'm getting a replacement item, which is exactly the same. So that one is a little delayed. So, yeah. Tam, I'm going to try to send them as soon as I can. So the Commonwealth withheld the May 10th exculpatory statement. There's just a lot, and there's a lot of packaging. So, withheld the May 10th exculpatory statement of McCabe, in which she denied traveling to the personal residence of first responding officer Sergeant Lank on January 30th, the day after O'Keefe's death, and then claimed she went there with Carrie Roberts to pick up Roberts' daughter. Clearly, the Commonwealth was required, pursuant to the Rule 14 discovery obligations, to disclose the false statement made by McCabe to Lieutenant Tully regarding her visit to Sergeant Lank's house. If she, like, one of those statements has got to be false, right? So, Rule 14 requires automatic production of all statements of persons the Commonwealth intends to call as witnesses and any facts of an exculpatory nature. The Commonwealth's decision to preemptively reveal impeachment evidence uncovered by the defense to McCabe in advance of her trial testimony and then withhold her exculpatory statements to law enforcement is a clear-cut violation of the Commonwealth's constitutional obligations under Brady and its progeny. It is, and it's shocking to me. Shocking. So the Commonwealth's egregious and repeated discovery and Brady violations require dismissal of this case with prejudice. Dismissal with prejudice, of course, means that not only is the case thrown out, but that the case cannot be brought again, right? It's over, it's dead. Dismissal with prejudice is the case is dead, it's buried, you've built a parking lot on top of it, and you've built a monument as to why no one should ever dig in that particular parking lot. So, when the Commonwealth fails to comply with its discovery obligations, the court has the ability to impose remedial sanctions. So, failure to comply with any discovery order, the court may make a further order for discovery, grant a continuance, or enter such other order as it deems just under the circumstances. And permissible orders include dismissal of charges with or without prejudice. They can also include the exclusion of evidence and even dismissal of the criminal charge. So there's no question that on a failure of the Commonwealth to comply with a lawful discovery order, a judge may impose appropriate sanctions, which may include dismissal of the criminal charges. It's a big ask. It's a big ask on a murder case, right? To have a dismissal with prejudice. Huge ask, right? Huge ask. But they're asking. And I don't think they're crazy on this one. So, dismissal is appropriate as a remedial sanction as a way to cure any prejudice caused by the violation of a discovery obligation and ensure a fair trial. Such a drastic remedy would be appropriate where failure to comply with discovery procedures results in irremediable harm to a defendant that prevents the possibility of a fair trial, i.e., we can't get this back. We can't unfuck this dog. The Supreme Judicial Court has identified two parallel legal principles governing when dismissal might be necessary, balancing the rights of defendants against the necessity for preserving society's interest in the administration of justice. First, where the prosecutor fails to disclose evidence the defendant is entitled to receive, and the defendant is prejudiced by the failure to disclose, a motion to dismiss should be allowed when the defendant can make a showing of irremediable harm to the defendant's opportunity to obtain a fair trial. And the Commonwealth is going to come back and they're going to say, hey, you know, now you know, right? It's all fine. And they're going to say, well, where's that 42 minutes? I'm sorry, but yes, the Commonwealth has fucked the dog and you can't unfuck the dog. Have people not heard the saying, fuck the dog? I feel okay. We're not talking about Chloe, by the way. That's not why Chloe was away. So, yeah. All right. What is it? So, alternatively, prosecutorial misconduct that is egregious, deliberate, and intentional, or that results in a violation of constitutional rights, may give rise to presumptive prejudice. In such circumstances, dismissal would be appropriate if needed to create a climate adverse to repetition of that misconduct that would otherwise not exist. Okay, so let's translate this from courthouse to normal human. Let's talk about that. So, when they say that it would be appropriate if needed to create a climate adverse to repetition of that misconduct that would otherwise not exist, it means that you might throw the case out in order to tell the government that they need to shape up and that this behavior is entirely inappropriate, right? And that this behavior cannot be repeated. So this is basically to create a situation where it's like, hey, this is unconscionable and it can't actually be done. So that's what they're saying here. Warn people off. So I'm pretty sure normal human doesn't exist on this channel. Fair. Fair. Dismissal is the only appropriate remedy for the Commonwealth's egregious and repeated non-compliance with its discovery obligations. So given the extreme governmental misconduct in this case and the irreparable nature of the harm to Ms. Reed as a result, dismissal is appropriate and necessary under both legal principles outlined by the Supreme Judicial Court. So, A, the Commonwealth has failed to disclose evidence such that a fair trial is not possible. Here, Ms. Reed has been irreparably prejudiced by the Commonwealth's discovery violations in this case. The first trial resulted in a hung jury precisely because this was a close case. That's a reasonable argument, right? Had the Commonwealth produced the exculpatory footage and exculpatory statements to which Ms. Reed was constitutionally and statutorily entitled, the result of the trial may very well have been different. I don't think Judge Canone is going to accept this. Instead, the Commonwealth engaged in repeated instances of withholding exculpatory information from the defense in a concerted effort to undermine the defense's ability to effectively confront and cross-examine the Commonwealth's seminal witnesses. Stop saying seminal! In this case, including Buchanan, McCabe, and Higgins. Stop saying seminal! God. Moreover, the Commonwealth's continued piecemeal production of exculpatory video footage, which has, by definition, been in the Commonwealth's possession since January 29th, is now, they're saying, why is it not, why is it by definition? Well, because it was recorded on January 29th, right? And it was recorded by the police. And once it's recorded by the police, it's in the police's possession, right? And if it's in the police's possession, then it's in the Commonwealth's possession, by definition. So, yeah. So, is a flagrant violation of the Commonwealth's constitutional and statutory obligations under Rule 14 in Brady. It is well established that suppression by the prosecution of evidence favorable to an accused upon request violates due process where the evidence is material either to guilt or to punishment, irrespective of the good faith or bad faith of the prosecution. It's like, it doesn't matter if you didn't mean to do a bad thing. You still did a bad thing. Mean Brown says, name a hot sauce, Bev's Bias Blaster. I'm probably not going to name a shirt after... I'm probably not going to name a shirt or a hot sauce after a case. And the reason why is that I'm hoping that these hot sauces will be something that I can, do occasionally. Like, and maybe, if there's like a couple hundred bottles that go a year, right? But like in 3 years, if I'm selling Everyone Makes Mistakes is still going to be something that's relevant to people, right? But in 3 years, if I'm selling something that is like Bev's Bias Blaster, people are going to be like, who the fuck is Bev? Mary says, I used to love donuts. I was startled by... So can I side note a little bit here? So I was in Vegas a little while ago, and one of the things about American cooking that is different than Canada is that American cooking is so much sweeter. Like when you have barbecue in the US, it is sugary and like everything is sweeter. So, and that comes down to even different little things like Heinz ketchup. Heinz ketchup actually has 2 different recipes depending on whether you're in Canada or the US. And the Canadian, I think it's Heinz that does that. And so the Canadian formulation has far less sugar than the U.S. Formulation. The U.S. ketchup is much sweeter. And so Canadians like saltier foods. And what is it? Then rather than sweet foods. So So, we stopped at one point. Mrs. Runkle and I were going on a tour, and we stopped at this one place that we could go to the bathroom. It was like the tour guy's like, "We're stopping at this casino. Go crap in their toilets." And I'm like, I don't know if the casino's happy about this, but okay. But they had a donut shop there, and I was like, I could go for a donut. I could. That would be great. And so I bought a couple of donuts, and I couldn't eat them. I just could not eat the donuts because I took a bite in it and I was like, oh, so sweet. I felt my teeth dissolving in my face when I tried to eat this donut. And I was just like, okay. So I ended up throwing the donuts into the bag and just throwing them out because I just, they were so sugary. So sugary. It was just like, yeah, I couldn't do it at all. So, and I was like, I want a donut now, but I want a donut that doesn't taste like I'm like, like literally, yeah, I just was like, no. So, yeah, we mostly use cane sugar for things as opposed to corn syrup. So, Canadian Coke, by the way, tastes different as well. And I don't like American Coke nearly as much. So, yeah. All right. Furthermore, the Commonwealth's gamesmanship in withholding the exculpatory video surveillance footage from the CPD and failing to properly preserve this exculpatory evidence has irreparably harmed Ms. Reed. And this is going to be the harder argument because they're going to say, well, you've got a new trial, and you've got a, and yes, it was pink box. So it was way too sweet. What is it? They're going to say you've got a new trial. You've got all the evidence now, so you can just do it now, right? So where's the irreparable harm? So here they are. To this day, the Commonwealth has not produced all of the video surveillance footage recorded at the CPD. Numerous camera angles and large swaths of time are missing. As a result of the Commonwealth's failure to appropriately image and preserve this evidence, video surveillance footage which should have captured the condition of Ms. Reed's right rear taillight at the time it was taken into police custody from multiple cameras at multiple angles has now been destroyed forever. That's the irreparable prejudice. We can't get these videos back. They're gone. Gone forever. Absent the destruction of this evidence, which has been in the possession of the Commonwealth and its agents since January 29th, the defense would have conclusive evidence that Ms. Reed's taillight was cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29th, 2022. Or there'd be conclusive evidence that it was shattered when it arrived, right? One way or the other. But I mean, here is my sort of theory on this. My theory is that it was cracked. And this is just me theorizing, right? My theory is that it was cracked and that that when they saw that it was cracked, they went, ooh, I have an idea. Let's break it the rest of the way and take it back to the scene because that would really help improve our case. That's my theorizing on this, right? And now there's two ways this can happen. There's two ways this can be worked. One is that they did this on purpose because they wanted to frame Karen Reed knowing that she was innocent and they wanted to send an innocent person to jail. That is one possibility. Another possibility, on the other hand, is that they could say, we think Karen Reed is guilty, but we don't have enough information. And so we're just going to improve our case. And I believe my personal theory is that this is what happened in the OJ case, because the OJ case had some real funky shit with the blood evidence, right? And so my theory on the OJ case, and again, this is just me theorizing, is that the police were pretty sure OJ did it. And they were really sure, but just in order to improve the case and to make sure that OJ got convicted, they sprinkle a little bit of blood around and, fix their case. And the problem is that when you try to fix your case like that, if you get caught, then it's not great for the case. So that's my theorizing here, right? I don't know. I don't know in this case, but it just seems so bizarre. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dighton police officer Sergeant Barrows testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe. So they're like, this isn't just our theory. This is what a police officer testified to, right? A police officer testified that it was largely intact. That evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case-ending for the Commonwealth. It should not be lost on this court that this video surveillance was destroyed in the Commonwealth's possession in direct violation of a preservation order. And they're saying, why would they lose this evidence? Why would they lose it if it didn't destroy their case, right? Why would they lose this evidence if they didn't, if it wasn't harmful to them? Because if this evidence was harmful to Karen Reed, wouldn't they preserve it? Wouldn't they bring it in? Wouldn't they trot it out in their shiniest red Solo cup? And that was on purpose, because there's the counter argument, is that, maybe they didn't do it on purpose. Maybe they're just such colossal fuck ups that they just can't. Did you all see where Monica Lewinsky has a new podcast? Supposed to be good. I have not seen that, but the world did Monica Lewinsky a little dirty too. So, Clinton definitely did, but yeah. As a result, Ms. Reed is left without the ability to forensically examine the CPD's DVR system to determine whether the many random clips produced by the Commonwealth in Discovery have been altered, manipulated, or tampered with, and whether other clips have been destroyed. They're like, we could have known if this was tampered with, but you prevented us. You stopped us. Yeah. The Commonwealth's failure to preserve and produce this exculpatory evidence, which includes the destruction of all original and native video surveillance footage and the accompanying log files, has irreparably harmed Ms. Reed. There is no lesser sanction that can cure the Commonwealth's failure to preserve this evidence. Exclusion of the video surveillance footage at trial would undermine Ms. Reed's defense because the footage itself is exculpatory. They're like, you can't say we're just not going to use the footage because the footage is helpful to Ms. Reed. It's helpful to her. So, yep. Yeah. I will have to do that on another stream. So, I have been thinking about doing that. I'll have to do it on another stream. Maybe on Monday we can do that. Maybe. Indeed, the very nature of the evidence is such that its exclusion harms rather than helps Ms. Reed. The exculpatory evidence to which Ms. Reed is constitutionally entitled is permanently lost. Therefore, the Commonwealth's misconduct can be remedied only by dismissal of the case. Permanent loss of the evidence of exculpatory evidence is often grounds for a dismissal with prejudice. If it wasn't a thing where this is a murder trial, it is my strong belief that this case would already have been thrown out. And I can say, if I was a prosecutor and this was the case I'm looking at, I would not be proceeding with this case. I would I would have killed that before the first trial. I would have killed it midway through the first trial. And absolutely just nuke this. And if I was the judge, I would grant this application. I don't think the judge will, but if I was the judge, I would grant this application and I would just say, Commonwealth, this is on you. I would say, Commonwealth, you should apologize to the family of this case because your errors have prevented a fair trial of this. EDB and Lawyer You Know both said they wouldn't prosecute this case. I agree with them. This is one of those cases that makes it difficult for me. I've had people ask me, could you be a prosecutor? And the thing is if I was asked as a prosecutor to run this case, I would, like, because sometimes they tell you, you must run the case. And the thing is if I was asked to run this case, I would have a very strong ethical issue. And I would just say, you know what? No. Not happening. You run this case, or I'm quitting. I will walk rather than run this case. And if they said, you must run this case, you must run it, I would get up, I would call no witnesses, and I would close my case. And I'd say, okay, I ran it. Ran the case. Tried my ethical best, calling all of the witnesses that I felt. I called every witness that I felt I could ethically call, because I called every witness who I felt wasn't going to perjure themselves. And that's 0 witnesses. I mean, you could potentially call the experts, but like, I don't know if Trooper Paul is perjuring himself, but yeah. Good old Arky girl. EDB said they cannot force you to prosecute because it's your name and ethical obligation. She said they can't. Here's the thing. Officially, they can't. Officially, they cannot do it. Unofficially, they do it all the time. Unofficially, it does happen. So, yeah. Yeah, and Trooper Paul, yeah, he's not lying. He's just stupid. That's the thing. He's not lying. He's just bad at his job. So they note, unsurprisingly, the Commonwealth is utterly unable to establish any chain of custody for the footage, let alone explain how it came to be inverted. Unlike the other video surveillance obtained by the MSP in this case, the CPD video surveillance footage was never logged into evidence. There are no reports documenting the recovery of the evidence, and there's no documentation regarding its chain of custody. It's just like, it's mystery evidence. Yeah. Yeah, Ian, the women all know about that covert control. Got it. I mean, here's the thing. They're like, you know, they'll say something like, well, we can't require you to run this case, but it is essential. You know, this case is essential and might have a big impact on your future here at the office, right? And it's like, okay, you know what that means, right? You know that it means that if you don't run it, you're fired. You know, right? Even if this court disagrees that Ms. Reed has been irreparably harmed, the Commonwealth's misconduct gives rise to presumptive prejudice that warrants dismissal. How do I think Judge Canone is going to rule on this? All right, let's try to do... I see we need a new goal. All right. Pup treats? We'll put that as a goal. How do I think she's going to rule on this? She's going to say you got a new trial. There's a new proceeding. And, you know, that new proceeding means that you get to use all of this stuff in evidence. And the stuff that's missing, you can just argue that it's missing in closing. You can argue that in cross-examination. You know, you can argue the weight of that, the fact that it's missing, right? You know, big help, right? So, yeah. But they're saying even if it gives rise to presumptive prejudice that warrants dismissal. The misconduct in this case was egregious, deliberate, and intentional. These were not innocent mistakes. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations engaged in by the Commonwealth and its agents were intentional and designed to bring about a wrongful conviction. Now, Lally is going to say, I didn't know any of this. I didn't know that it wasn't there. I didn't know. Here at trial, ADA Lally, the Commonwealth, and its agents intentionally withheld video surveillance footage from January 29th. Remember the Rust trial of Baldwin, right? Where they're like, they intentionally did that. Well, that's what you argue. The Commonwealth sprung inverted surveillance footage on the defense in the middle of trial, in violation of Rule 14 as well as its certificate of compliance, and then it compounded the violations by attempting to perpetrate a fraud on this court and the jury. By knowingly eliciting false testimony from Sergeant Buchanan on direct examination, the Commonwealth violated the ethical prohibition against presenting knowingly false evidence to the trier of fact. Now, I think the way Judge Cannone is going to deal with this is she's going to say, he didn't know. He didn't know that it was inverted. He found that out on cross-examination when I found out. Right? So, the inverted footage of Ms. Reed's vehicle from this interior Sallyport camera was unquestionably a false account of the true facts, and the Commonwealth passed it off as an accurate depiction of the SUV when it arrived at the CPD on January 29th, 2022, and that, as seen in the video, no law enforcement officer approached the right rear taillight. Here's the other thing I will say if I am defense, or if I'm Reed's team. I'm going to say, if Lally wants to say that he did this innocently, he should put that in an affidavit. And then if Lally files an affidavit saying, I didn't know, you know what the defense team says? They say, Lally, get the fuck up on the stand so that we can cross-examine you on your affidavit. We want to do that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what Lally knew or didn't know or the like. So, yeah. So the Commonwealth's deliberate attempt to use discovery violations to its advantage in an effort to perpetrate a fraud on the jury is the precise type of conduct that requires dismissal. It is insane. Yes, I just said an F-bomb. I do occasionally. Moreover, both ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin were caught withholding exculpatory information from the defense at the first trial. The Commonwealth's underhanded decision to surreptitiously reveal impeachment evidence to McCabe in advance of her trial testimony and then withhold her exculpatory statements to law enforcement is a gross violation of the Commonwealth's constitutional obligations under Brady and its progeny. Even after trial, ADA Brennan loaded exculpatory video surveillance footage, which was withheld from the defense at the first trial, and established that Higgins made a phone call at 1:34 a.m. outside of the CPD. This exculpatory impeachment material was never turned over to the defense. More Epstein. I suspect it says, and shows Higgins perjured himself. I suspect that there's something like that there. The Commonwealth's repeated violations of its constitutional and statutory discovery obligations were calculated and intentional, and were done in an effort to secure a conviction at all costs, rather than pursue the truth. You'll notice Brennan hasn't come up in this at all yet. Indeed, as discussed above, the Commonwealth's misconduct has resulted in a violation of Ms. Reed's constitutional rights so as to give rise to presumptive prejudice. The discovery violations in this case constitute a Brady violation and all the other rules, basically. And so they note that the defendant must demonstrate upon review that evidence actually existed, that evidence would have tended to exculpate him, and that the Commonwealth failed to disclose it upon proper request. I bet that the prosecution says, this isn't exculpatory video, because the video would have shown that Karen Reed's taillight was broken. It's inculpatory video, and the defense should be glad it's not there. That said, they can't say that about Higgins, right? Because Higgins, clearly, there's a whole issue there about who was he on the phone with. So given that these facts give rise to presumptive prejudice, and considering the need to create a climate adverse to the repetition of the misconduct, this case should be dismissed. To allow this case to proceed to trial would create a climate in which these types of flagrant constitutional and statutory violations are regarded as permissible. Such an outcome cannot be tolerated by this court. The Commonwealth's clear, repeated, and intentional failure to comply with discovery orders requires an appropriate remedy in this case. Because the discovery violations concern a failure to produce and preserve exculpatory evidence, and because because exclusion cannot remedy the violation, the only appropriate remedy is dismissal of the case. That also applies to the Higgins video, right? Keeping the Higgins video out doesn't help the defense. It hurts the defense, right? So, Jen says, thank you for being on tonight, Runkle. Going through a death in the family, and this is a welcome distraction. I'm sorry, Jen. I hope that this helps. So, yeah. Because of the Commonwealth's egregious misconduct, including repeated and intentional delays in providing discovery, the withholding of material and exculpatory evidence, and failure to comply with court orders regarding discovery, Ms. Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial has been irreparably and irreversibly harmed. No proceeding against her can satisfy the constitutional requirements of a fair trial. The defendant therefore respectfully requests this honorable court to order that the case be dismissed with prejudice. And they also note, dismissal is the only appropriate remedy for the violation of Ms. Reed's Sixth Amendment right to trial by an impartial jury. And they say there's something about the impartial jury. And so big block of missing text. I'm wondering what that's about. So notably, a juror may never be dismissed because of their views on the case or for reasons having to do with their relationships with other jurors. Instead, jurors may only be dismissed for reasons personal to the juror that have nothing to do with the views of this case or relationships with other jurors. I.e., if two jurors hate each other, you can't throw one juror off the, out, right? Dismissing a juror because of their views violates the defendant's Sixth Amendment right to an impartial jury. So apparently they're saying one juror was dismissed because of their views. Jury tampering such as this is presumptively prejudicial and triggers a burden on the government to prove that the tampering was harmless to the defendant. The Commonwealth cannot do so here. For more redactions. As per Massachusetts law, courts do have the discretion to dismiss jurors when doing so would be in the best interest of justice. Judges can do this at any time during the trial process, although the procedural burden and standard vary at various stages. Post-impanelment but pre-deliberation, if a judge is alerted to potential misconduct of or affecting jurors, the judge first determines whether the material raises a serious question of possible prejudice. If she so determines, she must then hold a hearing to inquire further into the alleged misconduct and more redactions. Will we ever get a non-redacted copy? Eventually, but not now. It'll be a while. When we get a non-redacted copy, I'll probably go over it again because I want to see all the stuff. I want to see it. So ultimately, her right to an impartial jury entitles her to certain procedural protections when it comes to dismissal of jurors. Those procedural protections were not provided here for blank. These constitutional violations, along with the egregious discovery violations discussed above, demonstrate the inherent unfairness of the proceedings against Ms. Reed and warrant dismissal of the case against her. Judge Cannone is unlikely to dismiss on the basis of Judge Cannone's actions, right? I just don't see it. So conclusion is basically we want it all thrown out. And respectfully submitted by Alan J. Jackson. And everyone else signs on to it, but I'm guessing it was Jackson who wrote it because it's got his style of that. So one bartender and the tow truck driver both dipped out of town after being repeatedly asked by Proctor and Bukaki if they felt like telling the truth yet. Ooh. I think Andrea Burkhart thought that juror citation was of interest. Remmer. Interesting. Maybe Remmer case jurors. I don't know Remmer, so I'm pulling up Remmer. She's going to have better case law knowledge than I do. So Remmer, during the trial of a petitioner in a federal district court on charges of willful evasion of federal income taxes, an unnamed person communicated with a juror who afterwards became the jury foreman and remarked to him that he could profit by bringing in a verdict favorable to petitioner. The juror reported the incident to the judge, who informed the prosecuting attorneys and advised with them. As a result, the Federal Bureau of Investigation made an investigation and report, which was considered by the judge and prosecutors alone, but nothing further was said or done. Petitioner and his counsel first learned of the matter after a verdict of guilty had been rendered, and petitioner thereupon moved for a new trial, which was denied. And so they was remanded with a direction to hold a hearing to determine whether the incident complained of was harmful to petitioner, and if found to be harmful, to grant a new trial. Interesting. This sounds like they're saying that somebody communicated with a juror and may have either threatened them or offered an inducement. Ooh, interesting. I don't even have all the Canadian cases memorized, so that is really interesting. That is really interesting. And there's a presumption of prejudice on that. Huh, that might actually tell us a little bit about what hides behind the redaction. So, sounds like they're saying that there was some communication and tampering. So, we got a whole bunch of affidavits and so forth. We're not going to go through 140. Well, we'll go through, but we'll go through in zoom fast style. We're going to talk about that as fast as we can, but maybe first we will do oh, I forgot to oh, it won't let me start the goal because I put in a question mark. Why is it not letting me start the goal? Start another goal. Start goal. Why? Yeah. Something is wrong. It's not letting me start the goal. Okay, we're gonna we're gonna refresh. We're gonna see if I can start the goal. I thought I started a goal and then it didn't start the goal. It's like, oh. Let's see. Will it allow me to do it this time? Eh. Is it? Oh, now my computer's acting up in a big way. There we go. Start goal. Come on. Start. There we go. Goal live. All right. Candy Marie, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated. Classic Overthinker. Had natural gas leak for 3 months. 15-year-old lost 4 kilograms in 1 week. Holy crap. That's bad. M3, look forward to your input on this all day. Thank you so much. Kimchi says, have you ever seen a prosecutor develop tunnel vision for guilt and then come back from it later? Reconsider and reverse course. Yes. Yes, I have. I had a prosecutor who told me that they were sure my client was guilty. And then they came back and they were like, I got a problem with this. That was a case where the DNA that the complainant said was certain to match my client did not match my client. And the prosecutor was like, well, shit. So, yeah. What is it? Steve A., regarding the death penalty, the government screws up everything else it touches. Why on earth am I going to trust them on this when it can't be undone? Yep. Bella Brat for you, $5 for 5 beers. Oh, no. Love you, Runkle. I'm not going to do 5 beers. Fiona W. for the beer follow-up G&T. Thank you. Tough Cookie, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Tony P. says, because that can of tonic is open and deserves to be drank. We've finished off the can of tonic. Serenity says, thanks, Runkle. Toss that in there. Ohio Palm Mom, people think it's just a technicality until it's their rights being abridged. You know how many people I've had in my office tell me that defense lawyers are scum and like, how can you represent all those guilty people? And I'm like, dude, I'm representing you. So, yeah, that is, there's a lot of that. All right. Isaiah, case in point of blinders, some of the jurors exercising, what is it? Excusing all of the issues with the Commonwealth, but asking the defense to account for all of their problems. Yep. Greg, Ian, look into what's going on at Warm Springs, GA, entire police force. Oh, I heard of this one. I totally want to figure it out. Entire police force got suspended and the chief got canned. Is that the one where the grand jury found that they were operating as a, like as an organized crime ring? Yeah, Laura Leanne, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Pochi, I remember in the first trial you joked that a witness looked like hand out Werther's originals after testifying. That made my day. Thanks. I can't remember which witness that was. Angela Eric Newman for the updates. Thank you. Bella Brat for you. How is the waterfall vid better than the Sallyport video? I don't know. Police don't update. AG says motion detectors can easily be fooled by dang near anything that blocks a heat signature, from glass frame to a sheet to a box. That's nuts. It's true. They rely on heat movement. Rain Man, but a car is a warm object. Rain Man YEG, I may have updates myself. Rain Man, if you make it up to Edmonton, we gotta hang out and grab a coffee or something. Chris Hodgson, trial on they stated accurate reflection. That's an interesting way to put it. Shay B says this entire filing feels like he's saying liar, liar, pants on fire. Here are all the receipts. A little bit. Baby Gator, so we don't have video of Brian Higgins answering the adulty time butt dial. Yeah, it might be like he picks up the phone. He's like, "Are you guys banging? Why are you doing this? What week does Edmonton defrost? 2030." Weed says, "I want hot sauce and I want it now. I don't have an ability to send you hot sauce now. I don't have any right now, other than a little bit that is my reserve stash, but." Let me tell you why I'm not selling any out of my reserve stash. So when I got the hot sauce, I got a whole bunch that were bottled at the kitchen, right? Bottled properly by the guy who made the hot sauce, right? He also had a bunch of extra hot sauce left over, which he delivered me in a bag, like a bag of sauce. And so in order to get that bag of sauce into bottles, I was sitting there doing it by hand, right? And the thing is I washed my hands, all of that, but I was like, literally, like, I had hot sauce up to my elbows. And so, I'm like, okay, I have no problem eating the stuff that I was working on, but I'm not selling to random people the stuff that I had to do that with because, like, no. So people saying funnel it. It was difficult to get into the sauce or into the bottles. So I just was like, no, that is the private Runkle Reserve. It's, I was trying to be as clean as possible and so forth, but and people are saying, what, no funnel? It didn't funnel well. It just was not easy to funnel. So yeah, that's my personal stash. I am just eating that myself, and yeah. So, AKA the cat lady, had a horrible day breakdown today, so thanks for the stream. It was much needed today. I'm glad it's helping. Shay hot sauce, hot tea goal. Thank you so much. Baby Gator says, hot sauce. Gray Space, for the goal, get ready for a video found on some electronic device in a box. And Belle Feinstein says, for the update, thank you. Baby Gator says, poop, I removed condoms from my bingo card. Loretta, if Bev denies this motion, can that ruling be appealed to a higher court? Yes. Lady Fang, okay, so did Karen Reed say Karen Reed did the Haas Long search on Jen's phone. Why is that the one that's been deleted on the phone? I suspect that Jen would say she deleted it. It wasn't me. She deleted it. Captain Skid Marks, they must use the same cameras that people use to search for Bigfoot. AKA the cat lady, the proper question is, how long can one survive in the cold, not die? Yeah. Emotional Lemonade, totally off topic, but why would the jury member on Turtle Boy keep saying the jury thought everything the defense presented was a distraction? Were they coached to look out for distractions? The jury, for some reason, got distraction in their thing, right? So in their head. So, yeah. I don't know why, but they did. People buy bathwater. I don't want to be the guy selling bathwater. Did you sterilize the jars? Yes, I did. So I sterilized the jars by heating them. And then after I heated them, I ran, what do you call it? I ran vinegar through them and then I rinsed them. So, yeah. Greg, Jen's lied so many times she had to prep for impeachment and still had to read her grand jury testimony before she answered Jackson's questions. She got a lot of the brainworm going on. Tom asks, I didn't go to Lank's house. I went to Lank's wife's house. I mean, those could be two different houses, but Baby Gator says, don't worry, Bob will still get off on a technicality. Did you hear about the jurisprudence fetishist? He got off on a technicality. Yeah. Bottle Shock says, this whole thing seems to have swung away from the actual death and become a dick swinging competition between the lawyers. I think the perps are laughing. Yep. Cookie Mon Steve, first sauces were great. Looking forward to the next. I'm hoping. AG, try Hing. It's what a lot of Hindus use who can't have alliums for religious reasons. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. There's also Asafoetida, which I gotta find some of and figure all that out. Sandy, thank you so much. Gray Space says, Runkle, please. Yeah. What is it? KPT, thank you so much. Bulldog Mom, beer. Laura Christine, thank you for the smiley face. And Belle Feinstein, special edition hot sauce bottles with shot-through labels for Stollery next time. It's not a bad idea. Rainman YRG, a Runkle shirt with a 50 Action Express bullet hole. Yup, sold. I don't have a 50 AE, so I can't do that. Brandy Churchwell, we can't. This dog just became my new favorite phrase. Brandy, I hope to run into you again sometime. Nashville was too long ago, so we got to figure out a time and place to be at the same thing. So. AKA the cat lady. Hank keeps saying the Commonwealth deserves a fair trial. Is that proper? Shouldn't that be the defendant? Yeah. What is it? I can send you some asafoetida, but you only need a very small amount and toast it first. Fair enough. I don't know where to get it. That said, if you're worried about gluten, most asafoetida is not gluten-free. Okay, that's interesting to know. I'll have to figure that out. Random commentator. The term we use is usually screwed the pooch. I mean, same thing. Same. Michigan Farm Boy just joining, but isn't spoliation a thing in criminal trials? Yes, you can sometimes get a jury instruction, but often the proper remedy is throwing things out. So, H. Scorpio just saw a Blue Sky post of a sign in New York Supreme Court restroom. Employees must wash hands before seeking equitable relief. I would have said after seeking equitable relief. Say asafoetida 5 times fast. Asafoetida, 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 asafoetida. I'm confused. So Greg says, was Higgins walking with the phone at his butt cheeks in the Sallyport video? Shooting Star, it is pretty sus that an ex-cop was allowed on the jury and then made foreman. Even the jury was shocked when they found out. That is a defense mistake. They should have kept that person off if they could. So Kristen M96, Melanie Little said apparently Proctor's boss was babysitting their jury. Apparently also one of them was yeeted a few days before the end of the trial. Yep. So, yeah. Patty Hoffman, puppy treats. And we have doggos. That Proctor's boss was in charge of the jury. I may have to go get the treats and get the dogs. Midi Chlorian, my boyfriend's favorite beer is Lucky. That's what I'm drinking. Get yourself a sixer on us. Thank you so much. Try Lee's Donuts on Granville Island next time you're in Vancouver. I got to make it out to Vancouver again. It's been too long, and there's at least somebody I'd love to interview out there and love to grab a coffee with. So, yeah. What is it? Chris Hodgson. Sorry, I mean prosecution asked if the reverse Sollyport video was an accurate reflection. So the witness could confirm without confirm. That is actually more damning, because if they're saying, yes, I knew it was a reflection, that suggests even more that they were trying to mislead things. So, yeah. Annabelle Feinstein, Runkle Starsan, I can use it, or I use it in canning and home brewing. The cleaner PBW is also amazing. Another brewing thing. Fair enough. Oh, Star Sanitizer. Yep. Edward Kirkpatrick, my favorite quote is the Stoughton judge on the preservation order. Not sure why we need this. Seems pretty self-evident, but I'll grant it. I bet they're glad they got it, because the court order is even better than that. So, Improv Man, to solve the bag to bottle thing, use a frosting pipette. The problem is the bag, a funnel won't work. I tried the pipette thing. The problem is that a hot sauce is not sort of evenly smooth. I just kind of went, well, I'm just going to get my hands in there. I'm going to do what I can. And I'm just not going to sell this to anyone. This will be my personal stock, right? That So, CB saying, at least you're not Australian. Imagine trying to explain to chat what "I'm not here to fuck spiders" means. So what that means for the non-Australians in the chat, and I'm not Australian, but it's basically like I'm not here for no reason. Like so if you let's say you're at the bar and somebody like you've been sitting at the bar chatting for a bit, and somebody's sitting there and they're like, so drinks. You might say, well, I'm not here to fuck spiders because you mean like I'm here to have drinks, right? That's what I'm doing here. At least that's my understanding of the language. If the Australians can tell me if I'm wrong on that one, but it's so yeah. So all right, and I see we're at 8 of 10 on the goal. I'm gonna look at getting doggo treats right now because I think that there were a couple that came in before the actual goal went in. So, Corey Cast lived in Australia for 10 years. That is correct. Awesome. I want to go to Australia. I want to go visit all sorts of places. I don't know. I kind of want to do an Australia thing, like an Australia New Zealand tour. There's this company that like tries to market to influencers, which I guess I'm an influencer. See, treats for the doggos. Like arrange a trip with your fans so that your fans cover the trip, and then. But the thing is, I feel like you need a ton of people in order to make that work. And at the point where you have that many followers, you should just take the trip and then meet the people who take the trip, right? So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I would love at some point to do a cruise, except that Against the Tide, who I really want to hang out with at some point, can't do cruises, can't do boats. So at some point, I might need to do like, some sort of camping thing or some sort of whatever, and just be like, okay, you know. And yeah, this is the other thing. I think it would be hard to being on a trip where I always have to be on and have it feel like a trip still. I I have so I'm somewhat introverted. I am somewhat whatever, and I can tell you if I was in a thing where I was having to be on all the time, I need some time to just hunker down and be alone, right? And like even with Mrs. Runkle, I'll be like, "Hey, I love you, but I need some me time. I need some time to just, close everything off and to just be me, right? And just, so I feel like that might be difficult if I was on like a cruise. If it's like a week-long cruise and there's all people, they're going to be like, "When can we hang out?" And I'm going to be like, "I need to be in like my room, just not like not being around people." And yeah, I don't know how that will work. Okay, so let me go and see about feeding the pups some treats. 1 second. I'm just gonna cover things up here and throw on the ducks. Okay, so we've only got one pup who actually responded to the call. The other one, I think, is happily sleeping. So, Zora. Such a good pooch. Can you come up? Can you come up? Let's see if I can get her to do the cutest thing. It is the absolute cutest thing. You guys might see my. Yes, such a good pup. Such a good dog. Whoop! I still got feeding the ducks on. Hopefully, hopefully, you guys can still hear me. There you go. Good pup. Okay, pup. Okay, off you go. It's bedtime. She's like, I need one more. All right. See the treat? That way. Good night, Zora. So, what is it? Zora does the thing, and when she, what is it? She'll jump up and sort of do a hug, and it's the cutest thing. So, but yeah, it's like, Zora, time to vanish for a bit. All right. So we'll just put that aside there. And all right, so let's go back to our document here. And what is it? So affidavit basically says, I've reviewed everything. It is accurate. Here are the exhibits that are, that are relevant. And yeah. Basically, this just backs up all of the facts. Attorney Hank Brennan indicated that he located this video footage on some sort of electronic device in a box that was in the actual possession of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office while he was conducting his review of the discovery in this case. They say they have credible and unassailable evidence. This is argument. This shouldn't be in an affidavit, but it is what it is. Blank. This is more argument. Numerous and egregious constitutional violations. That's argument, not... Argument shouldn't be in an affidavit. So, Exhibit A is their emergency motion for preservation of evidence, which was granted. What do they want? Any notes of any law enforcement official, all turret tapes, all 911 recordings, all trace evidence, and all physical evidence. So basically we want everything that was obviously granted because, yep. Affidavit of counsel in support of this. So basically just saying we need this evidence. Yep, fair. That's going to be a pretty pro forma thing. Playing Stardew Valley while listening. Ooh, I haven't played Stardew in a while. I kind of want to play Stardew now, but yeah. What's supposed to be in an affidavit? What's supposed to be in an affidavit is facts, not argument. So your affidavit is supposed to contain only factual things, but not your argument about those facts. So, yeah. So, for example, like, I saw Bob, shoot Frank is a fact, but, like, therefore Bob is a murderer might be argument, if that makes sense. I'm watching a Project Zomboid live stream. I haven't gotten into Project Zomboid a whole lot. All right. Exhibit B. Defendant's motion to compel discovery. All documents, and this is from September 16th, 2022. All documents relating to chain of custody, all 911 tapes, all call logs, all crime scene photographs and /or videos. So... photographs of all physical evidence, all communications between and among any law enforcement agents, all communications between Trooper Proctor and any of the recipient witnesses, all communications of Police Chief Ken Berkowitz with any of the witnesses, all communications between Tully and any of the recipient witnesses. That's highly relevant here. All communications between law enforcement, complete set of exhibits presented to the grand jury, copy of all ring surveillance video stored on Mr. O'Keefe's device, Copy of all receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and / or the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Written confirmation from law enforcement as to whether the digital timestamps are correct and accurate. Identification of the unnamed female witness described as one of Brian Albert Jr.'s girlfriends, who is present at the Albert residence. Who is his girlfriend? Brian Albert Jr. was at home with 2 girlfriends that night celebrating his birthday. Okay. I assume they mean female friends, as opposed to that. So, weren't you going to make a swoop with the drunk Zamboni driver? That is true. I was. Do I still have the drunk Zamboni driver lined up? Let's see. What have I got? I don't have that. I should make the Zamboni driver. I got this.
Conspiracy.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So affidavit in support of motion to compel discovery. It's just, we need this. Thank you. Exhibit C is, okay, Exhibit C is entirely redacted. What was Exhibit C? We're going to go back up. So we're, because he lists the exhibits. Oh, Exhibit C is also redacted as to what the description of it is. So we don't even get to know what Exhibit C is. Exhibit C is top secret. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. They don't even tell us, like, give us a description of it, but it is redacted in its entirety. Exhibit D is an excerpt of the testimony of Yuri Buchanek. We were there. We saw it. And this is going to be real long. But this is basically, we've heard about what the Buchanek testimony is. Exhibit G is Epstein. Exhibit H. Oh. Okay, Exhibit H seems to be blank. Oh, it's just a video. So that's the video. We don't get to see it because in the paper version, that's fine. Exhibit I, trial with jury. And this is the video being testified as to that it's accurate and that it's truthful and so forth. Okay, that's relevant there. J, more transcript. What is the transcript there? Oh, this is the transcript about, what is it? McCabe and her, you know, and her saying, like, yeah, the length stuff. Okay, so that's that. K is the USB video. That'll be the video of Higgins. L is redacted in its entirety. M is the driveway video. N is redacted in its entirety. O is Jen McCabe transcript. Okay. So that gives us a... We're just zooming through all of this because it's late and because we're not going to go through the transcript again. We were there. We saw the trial. P. Exhibit P is... okay, this is the meeting notes. Subject, meeting with Jennifer and Matthew McCabe. They shouldn't be meeting together, by the way. They should be meeting separately. So Jennifer and Matthew McCabe arrived at the office of Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Jennifer was provided with a copy of her grand jury testimony regarding Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Matthew was provided a copy of his testimony. They read the transcripts in a conference room and returned the documents. Jennifer requested to listen to her 911 call to Canton Police on January 29th. I played the audio file. They requested to watch the Canton Police cruiser camera video that depicts them both on the morning of the 29th. I played the portion of the cruiser camera that depicts them on that date. I asked Jennifer why her cell phone would have been in the area of the residence of Michael Lenk on January 30th, 2022. She stated she was with Carrie Roberts, who was picking her daughter up at the residence. Jennifer stated she did not speak with Michael Lank while at the residence. If they'd known this, they might have called Carrie Roberts and, asked her some questions too. Okay, there's not a whole lot there. That's very brief. Why was there not a recording of this? She said she was with Allie at the meeting on the stand. And then Nightbot came after you for it, so, yeah. Exhibit Q is redacted. Man, this thing really is the Epstein list. Exhibit R is redacted. Real transparent here, guys. Exhibit S is redacted. Wow. So much redaction. Is there a description of these things in the affidavit? I'm just looking to see if there's more description that we can get. Exhibit P. Nope, they redacted out all of the stuff that's all redacted. They redacted out the descriptions that might have told us why it's redacted. Lovely. Lovely. Okay, so that is really what's going on. This is, to me, exciting. It is bizarre as to what's going on. Let's see. And yeah, this is all impounded. And the reason why it's impounded, apparently, is that it's subject to a protective order, including referenced information that is subject to federal protective order, sidebar transcripts which remain impounded, and communications obtained from law enforcement witnesses that are subject to a protective order. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, yeah. This is bizarre, and quite frankly, if I was the judge, I would toss this. If I was the oh, and the goal apparently was achieved. That was the doggo treats goal. We achieved that one. I don't know why this case is still ongoing. I very much doubt that Judge Cannone is going to throw this. I think she should, but I doubt it. This case is too much of a hot potato. It is too much of a hot button issue, and Judge Cannone is not going to want to be the person to kill this case. She's going to want the jury to come to a decision. So, I don't think she's got the courage. I don't think she's, and so we're going to get a Commonwealth response. My prediction is that the Commonwealth response is going to be, I see some people saying that I should maybe tune Nightbot to allow for more emojis. We'll do that. The Commonwealth response is going to be you have a cure in the new trial. None of this was serious prejudice. It's not a big deal. None of it was intentional. None of this was whatever. So we'll see. I saw some people on Twitter saying that they filed this intentionally at this time in order to deflect from the criticism of of the defense team. Well, they didn't, because they actually had a filing deadline. So they filed it on time on the filing deadline because that's just is what it is. But yep. I will cover it when we get the Commonwealth response. Hopefully we get that soon. On Monday, if we've got more stuff to cover, we'll cover more stuff. I've been streaming a lot, so we don't really have a backup of stuff. There's some more stuff in the Baldoni case, but I mean, a lot of people are kind of tired of Baldoni. What I might do on Monday, for part of Monday, is I might do a Canadian Supreme Court proceeding, and we might watch that together and discuss the Canadian Supreme Court and some of the critical decisions at the Canadian Supreme Court. We've already watched my decision, but we can watch some other stuff and be like, all right, let's talk about this. So, all right, I will cover the last of the super chats. Beautiful Messy Ball, are you going to CrimeCon this year? Probably not. CrimeCon was not super awesome last year. There wasn't a whole lot that I wanted to see. CrimeCon was very much aimed towards the towards like the incumbents as opposed to like this. I liked meeting Emily at CrimeCon. I liked meeting what's her name? Brandy. I like meeting all of those people. I didn't really. I wasn't super thrilled about like seeing any of the the big oh look, they've got Nancy Grace. The only event where I want to see Nancy Grace is her funeral. And I'll attend that just to confirm that it's happened. It's like, so that's kind of it, right? So I'm just like, well, I don't know that CrimeCon really fills my boots there. So I don't know. I see Brandy saying we should do a big YouTuber meetup. I would be down. That is a much better approach there. I would love to see like a LawTube, a LawTube thing there. So that would be fun. Was it careful? Someone might try to twist that into a death threat. I'm not saying I don't want to see her until her funeral. That obviously isn't a death threat, because if I was going to do something, I would have to see her before her funeral while she's alive, and I don't want that because I don't want to. I don't want to deal with her while she's alive. So I would come just to be like, yep, she's dead. There was a famous gangster in British Columbia, and he got shot. He was at a club, and somebody walked up to him at the club, and they popped him right in the middle of the club, and nobody saw shit, which tells you something about what kind of world he was in. Nobody sees anything, but somebody popped him in this club, and yeah. So anyway, I believe it was Bindi Johal. His at the coroner's office, I am told from a source I believe, I don't know for certain, but I am told that many cops showed up and just wanted to confirm that he was dead, because they were just like, fuck this guy. We hate him so much that we just want to confirm that he's actually dead, and we want to see his corpse. And yep. So yeah, I live your life in a way that cops don't want to show up just to sneer at your corpse. But yeah, LawTubeCon might be fun. I don't know if I could get people to go. That would be the thing, is getting panelists. I think some of the big draws would be too big to do it if I. And the thing is in order to start up a, in order to do a convention, you got to have a lot of money to start, or you got to start your convention off you got to a lot of conventions start off really shitty, and they start off like a lot of conventions are like some D&D con starts out in like some um some, and it's not even got a convention hall. They like rent out a warehouse, or they rent out like a conference room or something. And yeah, was it somebody asked, why do I dislike Nancy Grace so much? She has done some horrible shit. Look her up. She has had some claims against her and so forth. So I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I feel like it'd be a thing. Amanda says, Amanda from South Africa, love your channel, Runkle. Good to see you. And I will have to break from there's a song that's been stuck in my head because of Elon. That is an old song titled "I've Never Met a Nice South African." I'm gonna have to break from that because you seem very nice. It's good to see you, Amanda. So yeah. Um, Somebody said Team Baker is always doing new and exciting things. That is true, but I don't know if they're doing a convention or anything like that. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I'd have to figure that out. The other thing right now is that we're going to get minorly political, but the minorly political climate there is that the minorly political thing is that the I've never met a nice South African song is also a it's a apartheid era song. It's mocking apartheid, so that's what that one is about. But it's not for a modern thing. The other thing is that right now in Canada, the political climate is very much not happy with the U.S. For reasons of politics, such that travel to the U.S. is right now very much frowned upon by a lot of Canadians, and so um, if I'm like announcing a big American trip and a big American whatever, I'm gonna have a lot of people in Canada judging me, and it sucks. It sucks. I really, I like the U.S. I like going there. I like visiting people. I like all of those things. I just finally, got my Nexus card, so it makes it easier to go to the U.S. And then all of this is happening. So, yeah, I want things to get back to where they were. I don't know how that'll happen, but yeah, we'll see. Crazy Cat Queen says LawTubeCon in Canada. I doubt I could get many Americans to fly to Canada in order to do a LawTubeCon. If I was like, hey, you guys should come to Edmonton, they'll be like, nah. Or even like, hey, you guys should come to Vancouver, they'd be like, nah. So it just is what it is. I saw somebody saying your leader just sucks. All politicians suck. All politicians kind of suck. And it just is what it is. So yeah. Somebody says Toronto. The thing is that a lot of those places are expensive as hell. So so anyway, what is it? Who is Nancy Grace? Nancy Grace is an undead ghoul from hell who also happens to, for some reason, have, do crime commentary. So, what is it? Salty Sea. So the amount of fentanyl coming from Canada to the U.S. was about 50 pounds. The amount of fentanyl coming from the U.S. into Canada was about 95,000 pounds. So overall, fentanyl is leaving the U.S. into Canada, and Canada is a net importer of fentanyl, not an exporter from the U.S. So, yeah, that's it. Um, it is what it is. Um, yeah, Nancy Grace kind of assumes everyone is guilty. That is how she rolls. Let's not get too too vicious about her. Calling her an undead ghoul is one thing, but yeah. What is it? All right, so let's sort of wrap it up here. I'm gonna get people in the comments section later going Runkle, F Canada, because that is a big thing there. Now, what's with the gun bans in the header? So one of the things is that there was discussion of whether there would be more gun bans coming out today in Canada. Those did not get announced today. They might get announced tomorrow. And what is it? Tomorrow, we'll see. But if they had announced some today, I would have talked about them. So it actually is a problem. No, if you're getting 50 pounds in and 95,000 pounds out, then on balance, the U.S. is sending fentanyl to Canada, not the other way around. That's yeah. That's the thing, is Canada is not. Yeah. It's all of this is really silly. All of this is whatever, but it is what it is, and we'll see. What is it? Did y'all hear about that weirdo Neil Gaiman? Yes. He hasn't been convicted of anything, but he seems to be a creep. So Bella Brat for you says Zora. Zora's cute. Jade says, could the AEXE file be a virus that gained access? I don't think so, to emails and files. And that's how the prosecution found they withheld the info. I don't think so. Bulldog Mom. Jen testified that she was with Allie, I believe, and not Matt when she was on the stand, if I'm not mistaken. Interesting. Scorpion says, is she required to give them a hearing? She's not. She can rule on the papers. Will Lally and friends have to testify? They should. If so, dismissing might be the better choice. They won't dismiss. Giselle Duke bought a phone holder for my shower so I can launder it out. It's my only alone time for my kitties. Haha, my showers are going on pretty long now. Almost 5 hours, maybe, so that's impressive. Steve A. People that hate the cops hate that much, the absolute worst of the worst, or utter badass heroes. Yeah, Bindi Johal was not a badass hero, so, yeah. Crazy Cat Queen, plan out for a year, though, so we can save up for hotel and gas money. Fly, hell no, I'm driving. Fair. Crazy Cat Queen, I love Canada, I've never been. People, heart. I need to schedule a meetup here in Edmonton at some point, and I need to book it so it's not, whenever I arrange a hangout, I'm always bad at organizing them, and I organize them and it's like, hey, I'm going to do a meetup tomorrow, which is like the terrible way to organize it. What I need to do is I need to arrange this and be like, I'm going to do a meetup in 3 months so that people actually have time to make plans to come visit and hang out. That would be the good way to go. So, that's kind of the plan there. I need to arrange that at some point. Oblithian says, didn't know you had any meetups. I've done a meetup in Vancouver. I've done a meetup in Vegas. I've done a meetup in, what is it? I've done a meetup in Dallas. I've done a meetup in, yeah. And this is the other thing. Runkle arranges meetups like a man with a death threat on him. Yeah. There is kind of that too, which is that there's people who kind of want to take a whack at me, and like the police have said that they're after it. So yeah. Salty C says, at this point, Canada needs to step up their game regarding transportation of goods into the United States. Fun fact, Canada has no authority over the transportation of goods into the United States. The U.S. runs those border crossings. The U.S. gets to decide how many packages are searched going into the U.S., how many trucks, how many people's baggage, etc. Canada does not have authority on that. That's the U.S. So if there's shit coming in on trucks, it's the U.S.'s job. Like the U.S. has to search. When are you coming to Island Mon? Which island are you talking about? Vancouver Island? I should I should do a East Coast meetup. Um, what I would love to do, if I could, is do like a train trip across Canada and like start in Victoria, get on a ferry, go to Vancouver, have a meetup in Victoria, have a meetup in Vancouver, take a train up to Kelowna, have a meetup in Kelowna, take a train over to like Banff, have a meetup in Banff. The problem is the Canadian trains are stupid expensive. Stupid expensive. Neil Gaiman is an author. He writes sort of weird fantasy, sci-fi sort of stuff. He's written some books I really like. He's written some books that really pissed me off. Neverwhere is a shitty book. Pardon. Okay, Neverwhere is a good book with a shitty ending. Any chance of more streams with Bob Mott of Defense Diaries? I would love to. That was such an awesome stream. We'll probably make that happen. Neverwhere. How do I put this? Neverwhere has a protagonist that needed to figure out long before he does that his universe, like that he's getting to do fun shit. And what is it? And maybe ought to have had to live with the consequences of his actions at the end. But yeah. So yeah, I see somebody saying rent a camper. That's actually not a bad idea. If I win the lottery and if I no longer have to like work a day job, then maybe I'll rent a like an RV, and maybe I'll rent an RV and what is it? Drive there. KPT, we're working on it. We're gonna try to make that happen. So, do I need a passport for Canada? Yes, you will need a passport. So you will need a passport for that. What is it? Yeah, I had to clip Nancy Grace as an undead ghoul from hell. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta figure all this out, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's all these things on the go and so forth. So, anyway, I'd love to meet up with more of you guys. The RV thing is not a bad option. I need to not have a day job. If I if I end up knowing that if I end up like leaving to do pro bono, maybe what I'll do is before I do that, like before I start up with the pro bono stuff, I'll try to do like the RV trip, but I don't know if I can make that work. That would be a lot of gas money too. I'd have to figure out a way to make the gas money from the trip. So I don't know. I gotta figure it all out. I want to meet you guys. I really like hanging out. I don't know how to make it happen. So yeah. Public defender work on the side. Maybe. Stream it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I necessarily would make all that money on that much money on the streams. Sometimes I make good money on a stream. Sometimes I make poor money on a stream. I'm getting better at grifting a little bit, but yeah. Grand Prairie would be awesome. Yeah, fair enough. I hate that Gaiman's creepiness tinges Good Omens. Good Omens is a great book, but I feel like that's partially because Pratchett was involved. I could pass the U.S. bar exams. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So, yeah. Anyway, let's wrap this up. It is about, we're ticking to just about midnight. I rewatched Fight Club. Fight Club's one of my favorite movies. Yeah. So, oh, wow. I got to roll this. Ashley Lauren hitting me at the end there. Thank you so much for the very generous super sticker. It's really appreciated. Thank you so much. And I guess with that, we'll sort of wrap up and you know, go from there. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I will probably see you guys on Monday. Whatever Vibes Journey says, if you guys haven't watched Runkle's short video on Unless He Destroys Hank, you're missing out. After the stream, go watch. That is a good thing to go watch afterwards. It's a short video. It's about a minute long. So, yeah. Good night, everyone. I'm going to go... I would say I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to eat. And then I'm probably going to play video games for a while. I'm playing Hades 2. It is really good. All right. Good night, all.